Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. We're getting ready to start. Good evening, everybody. The February 10th, 2026 Liquor Board hearing is now in session. I move to approve the transcripts from the December 9th, 2025 board hearing as the official minutes. All board hearings are transcribed, and these transcripts are now stored electronically and serve as the official minutes. They can be reviewed online, or if you want to make an appointment with the office of the Liquor Board, we can do that. I'm looking for a second to accept that.
I second the motion to accept the minutes.
Thank you. I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so be it. Mr. Hurdle, I'll turn the meeting over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Abraham Hurdle, counsel to the board. At the beginning of every meeting, council makes a few brief announcements. First, the commissioners are part-time public servants and they have other outside interests. When they know they have a conflict of interest or the appearance of a conflict of interest, they recuse themselves. They cannot possibly know who will appear before the public in a given matter, which may present a conflict of interest to them. If anybody believes that any commissioner has a conflict of interest in any matter, you have to announce it as the case is called, and that commissioner or commissioners, as the case may be, will deal with that accordingly. If not, then the commissioners will proceed with all hearings under the assumption there is no conflict of interest. Secondly, the rules of the board provide that the chair, for the purpose of administrative and judicial economy, can have the board's counsel, myself, rule on the admissibility of evidence and objections if there's any counsel present and objections are made. This board handles many cases at every hearing, and this assignment allows us to expedite the hearings. So rather than the chair turning to me and me advising the chairman, I will simply make a ruling, and my ruling will be that of the chair. Finally, renewals are around the corner. As has been customary and the policy of the board and its administration, we are unable to process any new licenses and transfers between the end of February and the beginning of May. With that, I'll turn it over to our Chief Inspector.
Okay. Very good. Chief?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just as a reminder to everybody, please silence your cell phones if you've not done so already. Also, as a reminder to licensees, if you have legal representation, you may ask, if you wish, you can ask that they wish to waive the reading. That being said, our first case tonight is Pfeiffer's Deli and Craft Beer House, doing business as Pfeiffer's Deli and Craft Beer House. Pfeiffer Seafood Inc., Catherine Pfeiffer, President, Christopher Pfeiffer, Vice President, Joseph Smith, Treasurer, Eric John Askew, Clerk, Detective Middleton, Badge 1061, Sergeant White, Badge 1329, Inspector Buddy Marshall. This is for a Class B restaurant on-off sale BWL license with entertainment, growler, Sunday service with delivery, located at 8894 Fort Smallwood Road, Suite 4, Pasadena, Maryland, 21122. It's for a violation of the rules and regulations of the Board of Licensed Commissioners for Anne Arundel County, Chapter 4, Section 4.01A, titled Minors, reference to Anne Arundel County Police Report number 25-737973 by Detective Middleton and Sergeant White. Incident dated November 12, 2025. Second violation for Maryland Annotated Code, Alcoholic Beverages and Cannabis, Title 6, Section 6-04, selling or providing alcoholic beverages to individuals under the age of 21. Reference to Anne Arundel County Police Report number 25-737973 by Detective Middleton and Sergeant White. Incident dated November 12, 2025. There's a third violation for violation of Maryland Annotated Code, Alcoholic Beverages and Cannabis, Title 11, Section 1902. One, titled Alcohol Awareness Program, reference to Anne Arundel County Police Report 25-737973 by Detective Middleton and Sergeant White. Incident dated November 12, 2025. And the last violation of the rules and regulations of the Board of Licensed Commissioners for Anne Arundel County, Chapter 4, Section 3.01D, titled Ownership and Operation, a reference to Anne Arundel County Police Report number 25-737973 by Detective Middleton and Sergeant White. Incident dated November 12, 2025. There are some restrictions on the license. One from June 27, 2002. All employees must be alcohol awareness certified within 30 days of hire. Another one on February 13th of 2024. Reference Entertainment. Board voted to approve entertainment permit on a 1-year probation period. And last restriction, February 13th, 2024 on delivery. The board voted to approve delivery privileges on a 1-year probationary period. Anyone wishing to testify for or against, please come forward, remain standing, and raise your right hand.
Please stand up
Please
and
stand.
raise your right hands. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Please be seated. Starting from my left, could you please state your name and address for the record?
Sergeant White, Anne Arundel County Police ID 1329. 8495 Veterans Highway, Millersville, Maryland.
Detective Thomas Middleton, 1061, Anne Arundel County Police Department, Western District.
Joseph M. Smith, 913 Hillcrest Way, Glen Burnie, Maryland, 21060.
Eric Askew, 994 Big Bear Drive, Glen Burnie, Maryland, 21061.
Catherine Pfeiffer, 8181 Orchard Point Road, Pasadena, Maryland, 21122.
Christopher Eden Pfeiffer, 8181 Orchard Point Road, Pasadena, Maryland, 21122.
Thank you all. Mr. Hurdle?
Detectives?
Good evening. Detective Middleton, Anne Arundel County Police. This incident was November 12th of 2025. It was approximately 5:55 p.m. Sergeant White and I were working Operation Save, conducting alcohol sales compliance checks of retail businesses. We directed a confidential source, 20 years of age subject, to enter Pfeiffer's Deli and Craft Beer House at the location of 8894 Fort Smallwood Road, Suite number 4 in Pasadena, Anne Arundel County, Maryland. We verified our confidential source's age through the Maryland Motor Vehicle Administration, provided a certified copy of the driver's license identification. I have that here tonight. Need to take a look at it. The confidential source was searched prior to the detail to make sure she did not have any money, alcohol, beverages, or identification on her person. We observed the confidential source enter the business. The CS went to the store, picked out a 6-pack of Jack Daniel's Southern Peach Country cocktails, and took it to the front counter. The clerk did not ask the CS for identification. Confidential source was given official Anne Arundel County funds. It was able to purchase the Jack Daniel's Southern Peach Country cocktails from the clerk. The CS exited the business, immediately turned over the alcoholic beverages to us. We know through our training, knowledge, experience that Jack Daniel's Southern Peach Country cocktails is an alcoholic beverage. I entered the store, identified myself as a police officer, and identified the clerk as Mr. Eric Askew, who's seated to my left in the gray, and advised him of the violation. He advised that he has been working at the store for approximately 5 months, and his alcohol awareness certificate had expired years ago. I asked to speak with the manager on duty. I waited approximately 15 minutes, and finally a manager arrived. Subsequent to that, Sergeant White, he can testify if you wish, advised that the manager had arrived back at the store in the fire lane in a Jeep and entered the store. And like, if you're looking at the restaurant, it has 2 sets of doors, one for the more so like the restaurant part, and then one where I went in where the carryout section was. So he had entered in the left doors and walked over through the into the carryout section and met with me there. We kind of put that together after I left the store. He was identified as Joseph Michael Smith, who's here seated to my left. The Anne Arundel County liquor license was properly displayed on the wall. The photograph was taken of the clerk and the Jack Daniel's Southern Peach Country cocktails, and it was subsequently destroyed. The clerk was cooperative. The store was not busy at the time of the sale, and a copy of the report was forwarded to the Anne Arundel County Liquor Board. That would be my statement.
The licensees have any questions for the detectives? Chairman, any questions?
I do have a couple, but I want to make sure nobody has any questions. This is your opportunity to ask the detective if you have any questions. Okay. Thank you. You say Sergeant White was waiting outside?
Yeah, he was outside in the our unmarked vehicle, directly the first row of cars. And when we pulled up there, I did notice it was like a dark colored Jeep that was in the fire lane. And what happens when we sent the CS in the store, at some point, I'm not quite sure the Jeep left. And we didn't realize that it was Mr. Smith who had left, because I was wondering, I kept asking the clerk, where's the manager? Where's the manager? And like a lot of time had gone by, and I believe that he had to call the manager, who came back to the store, because Sergeant White observed him pull up in the fire lane and come in the center doors and then walk over to meet me in the carryout.
Okay. Question for the sergeant. Were you able to recognize the person that got out of that Jeep and went in
The night it happened or today?
the night it happened? I'm sorry.
No, sir, it was just a tall
That's
white
okay.
male.
I mean, that's the question. That's all the questions I have at this time.
Commissioners, any questions?
No questions.
Okay.
I'll turn it over to licensees for your presentation of your defense.
Thank you, Joseph Smith. One quick statement about, they didn't have to call me back in. I was on a delivery, and per our liquor license for delivery, I'm the only one who can take it. So I was on a liquor delivery, but we did have someone else in the building under a management agreement. So if something did happen, they just were waiting for me because they thought it was a little more than just the normal, it was a worse violation. They wanted me to handle it. But it wasn't like I had left and wasn't in the building. I was just taking a delivery. Also, I have a couple things. I don't know if I could hand these out for you guys, because we do take this seriously. Eric, everyone in our building is tip certified at the moment. Eric has since got his tip certification. Once again, I know I've said this before, we're not intentionally serving. It was a mistake, and we're sorry for it. But what I just handed you, with the help of, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, the chief inspector, he put us onto a system that will not allow a purchase to be made without a card being scanned. The first page shows that we purchased the system. The second page, if it's a little hard to see, I have my computer, I can bring it up for you. It's a shot showing that when there was a Budweiser trying to be purchased, and a note pops up that says this product is needed to be scanned because you have to have a certain age requirement, and that the purchase will not be allowed to be made without that ID being scanned. So we do take it seriously. And then on the third page, it's a letter from Tracy, or a email from Tracy Pfeiffer. He was on the conference call with them today, getting it set up, and they said they should have the system completely installed into our system by March 1st. So no one will ever be able to make a purchase of alcohol in our store without having an ID scanned. So we do take it seriously. I mean, we put the money out to try to make this so it doesn't happen again. As far as that, I'm sorry, I don't want to be here. I'm sorry that we've been here before, and I know we've had other things in our past. Since I've been on the license 2 years, this is our first one since then, and I'm just hoping that just with these tough times, if there could be some type of leniency, because it would really hurt if we got shut down for a weekend. I mean, it would really kill our business and put a lot of people out of work, because we're not just a liquor store, we're a full restaurant. And in 25 years, we've never had an incident in a restaurant.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple questions, and what I'd like to do, Mr. Smith, I'll address them to you, but any of the Pfeiffers who are willing to, step up and answer them, please do. But if I understand this correctly, this system is being purchased but has not been in operation as of yet, correct?
It is not in operation. It is purchased, and it is our system. They have to put the software into our POS system, which they said should be completely done by March 1st. But it is purchased, it is ours, and we are going to have it. I have no problem with calling the inspector or whoever, Mr. Marshall, to come out and the day it's hooked up, to show them that it does exactly what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, that would probably be a good thing to do, just so that the board is aware of the fact that the system is in operation.
Yes.
Another question, you say there was another manager at the site when you were making the delivery?
We have manager agreements for some of our bartenders who have been around a while that, because I get there at 8:30 in the morning, by 12 o'clock at night, it's just a long day for me, so that they can be in charge. They were busy bartending, and they just thought it was, because of the severity of it, that it was better to wait for me to get back from the delivery to come in.
What's the name of that employee that was on duty that night?
Well, Jade Beaupalant, she was one of the people there. She was at the carryout, and then I'd have to go back and look on my schedule fly, and I can tell you which one of them was.
But they're not here tonight.
No, they aren't.
That might have been a thing to do.
Yeah.
Okay, you say you're the only one qualified to make the deliveries?
Me and Jade, we're the only ones in part of the agreement when they gave us the delivery of alcohol. We had to put people on there, and we didn't want to put people that didn't really have an interest in the building or in the business, so we just put us two on there. So as of now, because we've never changed it, one of us has to make those deliveries.
Okay. But you admit that was you that pulled up in the Jeep and got out and went in?
Yeah,
I assume you got a call from the employee saying
I did.
Police department's here?
I didn't. I just was on a
returned.
delivery. I happened to pull up, and when I walked in, Jade said, "You need to go over to the liquor store," and she had told me what happened. I walked right over.
I have no further questions at this time.
Commissioners, any questions?
I just have one thing to point out. If Jade was there, her alcohol awareness certificate has expired.
It's
May of 2025.
It's not anymore.
Okay.
If it was, I apologize, but it's
Yeah.
not anymore, because when we did all the employees, we all re-upped ours. I had, I think, a year left on mine, but it made sense just to re-up mine also. So we all did it again, including Christopher and Catherine.
But I think what the commissioner's saying is at the time of this incident, it was expired.
I take your word on that.
That's
All right, and who was the other employee besides Jade?
It was one of the bartenders every night. I can, if you want, I can pull up schedule fly. There's always a bartender scheduled that as a
Right.
closer, and that closer is on our management agreement that we send to the liquor board, and they send us a detail back of who's on there.
Okay, no further questions. Commissioner Song?
Just a quick question about this new software system that you showed us. And I know you don't have this implemented yet, so not sure how familiar you are with it, but it does say that the manager can override it. There's a manager override. How does that work?
So I could override it. So let's just say, for instance, someone that came in that was a regular of ours that I've known forever, who's obviously 21, if they came in and said, "I'm sorry, I left my purse," I could make the decision. So the only person would be me if they were there. One of the owners would have to make the decision to say, "Okay, we're going to let this person go without the."
And do you have like a special passcode that you would input that?
There could be a code, or apparently there could be a swiper, so that way an employee could not see the code.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Hurdle? Anything? Yeah. Mr. Smith, I remember the last time you were here, and I was somewhat excited about you going on the license as a licensee, because I know you're a very diligent employee. And I'm sure you instructed all your people about how careful they needed to be from that day forward, if not before. And I must admit, I was quite surprised to find you back in here again in such a short period of time. And it is a short period of time when you look at the severity of the charge. The last time, I believe, records might indicate it, that you were fined, plus you received a 3-day suspension.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? Okay. I'm going to give you an opportunity, a brief opportunity to explain to me why you should not be. I think I'm going to make a motion that we find you guilty because I think the officers did a pretty good job of explaining everything. They had photo evidence. They have everything they do as far as that. And I don't think you're debating whether
No.
Mr. Askew did or did not
No,
do it. So with that being said, now it's a matter of what punitive action I'm going to make a motion for. So I'm going to give you a last opportunity if you'd like to say something.
Just, kind of to reiterate, I know you say it because of the past, it has been 2 years. I know that in your eyes that's not a long time, but with the amount of people that we see through, this is my first time being on the license with an offense. Also, Eric can verify this. I mean, I am constantly, guys, everyone gets carded, everyone gets carded, everyone gets carded. And other than standing over everybody all day, there's just nothing I can do. And as far as the bar, which sees 20 times more people a day, we've never had an issue at our bar. So it's not like we are intentionally doing it. It's people getting caught up with what they're doing and just making mistakes.
Okay, thank you.
And we did go out to purchase that machine.
Yes.
That will stop it.
And it's so noted.
It's not like we're going to stick with the same old system we have that obviously hasn't worked.
Okay, very good. Okay, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to make a motion. I still feel very, very strongly this is your fourth violation for sale to minors. 4.
As the restaurant, yes, I agree.
It's in the license. It's
License.
under that license, so it counts as 4 within a 5-year period. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to follow the same pattern that I have ever since I sat in this chairman seat. Every time we have a violation, it's multiple within a short period of time, which is what 5 years is. The penalty, if found guilty by the board, usually the penalty gets a little more severe each time. So I'm going to make a motion, and we'll see if the commissioners agree with me. I am going to make a motion that we find you guilty of all 4 of the offenses, even the one with the alcohol management, because 1, you didn't bring anybody in to substantiate this. If Jade's alcohol awareness was not active at the time, she can't act as a manager. So with that being said, I'm going to make a motion that I find you guilty of all 4 of the charges. Now I'm going to make a motion that we fine you, and we're going to suspend you. I'm going to make a motion for a suspension. I'm going to be honest, I was looking at a much longer suspension than what I'm going to make the motion for. But I'm going to make a motion that we fine you $1,500 for minors, $1,500 for under 21, $250 for the alcohol awareness, and $250 for the ownership and operation. That's $3,500 if I'm correct. But I'm also going to, because you had a suspension once before, I'm going to go ahead and also make a motion that we suspend your license for a 7-day period this time. And to be honest, looking at this, if you hadn't said what you said and hadn't presented your case in the way you did, it probably or might have been even more severe than that. So hopefully you appreciate that. I'm also going to make a motion that, and you have to understand this, your restrictions, some of those have exhausted time-wise, but I'm going to put 2 new restrictions on. The first one is all individuals working at a point of sale must be alcohol awareness trained, not an expired one. They must have an active alcohol awareness certificate. So don't put anybody behind a point of sale, behind the register, unless they have that. That's important. This training is out there and it's for a reason. And if they take it serious, you won't have a problem. So it's going to protect you. And the other one is all individuals involved in the sale of alcoholic beverage shall successfully complete the state-approved alcohol awareness program within a 30-day period. That's more for the restaurant side, because everybody at the point of sale over on the retail side They have to have that before they can even work that register. On the restaurant side, if you hire a new employee, we'll give you 30 days to get them. If you've been watching any of the hearings, you probably know we have a new program called PASS. We hope to be in effect within the next 30 to 60 days. It will allow you to send your employees to the PASS program at our expense. You won't have to pay anything. So we're trying to help as well as control the situation. So anyway, my motion is $1,500 for the 2 serious charges of minors and under 21, $250 for each of the 2 other charges, a total to $3,500, and a 7-day suspension, which I'm going to go ahead and make that motion, and then we'll talk a bit more about this suspension. By the way, as a side note, suspensions, when you get them, you are required to post a sign on the door, and we will supply you with the sign that says you're closed, not for repairs, not for inventory, but because you were found guilty of a violation. I know it's not good advertisement for you, but we feel it's important that your patrons, our people, our constituents understand what's going on. I have a motion on the floor, looking for a second.
I second the motion.
I have a second. Thank you, Commissioner. With that being said, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So be it. The signs will be available. The suspension date, it's a 7-day suspension, and I'm saying we'll make it as of, and you can pick up the signs before this so that they're available to you. Starting this Friday for a 1-week, 7-day period. So it'll go Friday through Thursday. And maybe it's fortunate it's cold out there. Maybe your clientele's a little less this time of year, but nevertheless, it could be worse. So your suspension will start effective as of midnight Friday and go through the end of next Thursday, 7 days. Please, no sales of any kind, not in the restaurant, not on the retail side, not at all. The only people that should be in that building during those 7 days are people that are working there, cleaning, taking inventory, but no sales, please. The last thing I want to say about that is I hope never to see anybody from this establishment back in here. Because if I'm sitting in this chair, I'm telling you, 7-day suspension, that's gonna be nothing. And this is not being vindictive. This is just telling you, you can't have 4 violations in a short period for selling to minors. Our minors, your children, your grandchildren are way too important to us. Okay, that's all I have to say. All right? You're excused. You can be in touch with our office. We'll be in touch with you, letting you know the signs will be available to pick up in the next few days. Okay?
Thank you.
Good night. Thank you. Sorry it happened. Please don't come again.
All right, our next case will be for Turtle Returns I LLC, trading as the Green Turtle. Michael Wells, member authorized person, Jennifer Marshall, manager, Chelsea Francis Coleman, employee, Detective Middleton.
Mr. Do you waive?
I waive the reading.
Thank you, sir. Anyone wishing to testify for or against, please come forward, remain standing, and raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear and affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please be seated. Starting from my left, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Detective Middleton, Anne Arundel County Police.
Hello? Yes. Michael Wells, 304 Songwood Court, Millersville, Maryland, 21108.
Thank you. Mr. Ertl?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, David F. Mr. Winter, and Bartlett LLC representing the respondent today. We are admitting the charges with a comment with regard to one of those. And I would, with your board's permission, I'd make a proffer with regard to what we're going to present. And of course, Mr. Wells is here to testify. Mr. Wells is the operations manager overall for...
Mr. We have to hear from the detective.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Thank you. Then you can, my apologies. Detectives.
Good evening. Detective Middleton, Anne Arundel County Police. This incident was December 4th of 2025. Approximately 4:25 p.m., Corporal Ford and I were working Operation Save, conducting alcohol sales compliance checks at retail businesses and restaurants in Anne Arundel County. The confidential source was searched before and after the detail to verify should not have any money or identification on her person. Confidential source's age was verified through Maryland MVA records. I do have a certified copy if needed. We directed the confidential source, 20 years of age, to enter the Green Turtle Restaurant at 1407 South Main Chapel Way, located in Gambrills, Anne Arundel County, Maryland. We observed the confidential source enter the restaurant, sit at the bar. The confidential source ordered an Angry Orchard hard cider from the bartender. The bartender did not ask the CS for identification and served the CS the Angry Orchard hard cider. We entered the restaurant and the CS exited. We know through our training, knowledge, experience that the Angry Orchard hard cider is an alcoholic beverage. Identified myself as a police officer, identified the bartender as Chelsea Coleman via her Maryland driver's license. Ms. Coleman advised that she has had the alcohol awareness training and has been working there for 1.5 years. Photograph was taken of Ms. Coleman and her identification. Photograph was taken of the Angry Orchard hard cider and of the Anne Arundel County liquor license that was properly displayed on the wall. The manager was located and identified as a Ms. Jennifer Marshall. Both Ms. Coleman and the manager, Marshall, were cooperative. The bar was busy, and a copy of the report was forwarded to the Anne Arundel County Liquor Board. That would be my statement of facts.
Mr. Before we get started, is Ms. Marshall or Ms. Coleman attending tonight? They were summoned.
I was not aware there were summons, and I apologize. They are not, but we're not contesting the facts here. Mr. Wells, the licensee, is present. I don't know whether, unfortunately, with regard to Ms. Coleman, it doesn't surprise me that she would not have appeared or responded. She was fired immediately after this incident, is no longer employed there. Ms. Marshall is still employed as a manager at the premises. I apologize. I was not aware that they had been summoned.
No, I apologize. And our policy is that we need everybody who's summons from the licensee, staff, and certainly when there's someone who's terminated, we understand their lack of compliance, but the policy is to postpone the hearing and cite the licensee for noncompliance at the next hearing. This matter will be moved.
Yeah, in the next opening that we have.
Can I ask where they serve the summonses?
Well, that's where I was going to go with this, Mr. So my question to the chief or to the administration is, who signed the summonses? Because it is the normal, excuse me, it is the normal process that somebody who is either an active member on a management agreement who has permission from the licensees to answer for them would sign for those summonses. And then hopefully they would be turned over to the management.
You're not aware of anything.
He is on the manager.
Yeah, we have Mr. DeJohn Campbell. Is he still working for you?
No.
All right. Was he working for you on the January 3rd?
Yes, he was.
Well, he signed the summonses
Got it.
for those two as well as yourself.
Okay.
You're here, but they're not. So anyway, to make a long story short, thank you. What we're going to do is we're going to postpone this. And, sorry for the inconvenience, but it's something that evidently your attorney wasn't aware of, but should have been made aware of. We're going to reschedule it. They'll be resummonsed, and there'll be an additional charge of cooperation, which is very standard for this type of situation, where when we summon somebody, we want them here. That's a legal action, and, they need to be here. If they can't, they can be excused, but you have to ask for that. And that didn't happen in this case. So this case will be postponed until when, Mr. Aronson? Do we know? It could be until April. It won't affect your operation. You can continue to operate, but I'd be extremely careful because before any other action can come before this board, this has to be resolved. So if you want to do a transfer or anything,
Okay.
this has to be resolved first. And please keep in mind that when you find out you have people summoned, you want to make sure they show up or they're excused by the administration or the board. Okay?
Understood.
Well, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Hurdle, I will again bring to the board's attention the problem, Ms. Coleman no longer being employed, we're not going to have any way to compel her to be here. And I don't know that she has any incentive to cooperate since she's been terminated.
Mr. Richard, I think if you send us an email before the hearing to that effect, that my
We'll ask for
anticipation
her to
she would be
be
excused.
Ms. Marshall, though, is still with you. We'll make sure that she
Please
is
do.
there.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's necessary, other than perhaps Mr. Aronson, when he sends a notice out to remind us that Ms. Marshall will need to be there. I don't think you, as far as I'm concerned, you won't need to formally summons her again. We'll make sure she.
It's our process, though. Is that correct,
I
Mr.
understand.
Aronson?
I understand.
To go ahead and re-summons everybody, including, yeah. Yeah, so you can expect that, and hopefully either you will sign for them or whoever is on that management agreement. And remember, when our inspectors deliver these summonses and they approach your manager, you have agreed that they speak on your behalf.
Yep.
So, please let them all know that if anybody shows up to, work with them. All right. Good night. We'll see you in a couple of months the way it looks.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mister.
Thank you.
All right, our next case is for Katana Sushi of Hanover, Inc., trading as Tomo Asian Cuisine. Hung Chung, President, Jacqueline Yi Ting Gao, employee. Detective Middleton, badge 1061, Corporal Ford, badge 2286. Inspector Frank Faulkner is a Class H restaurant, BWL, with entertainment Sunday service, located 7698 Dorchester Boulevard, Suite 201, Hanover, Maryland, 21076. For violation of rules and regulations, the Board of License Commissioners of Hanover County, Chapter 4, Section 4.01A, titled Minors, referencing Hanover County Police Report Number 26-700-681 by Detective Middleton, Corporal Ford, incident dated January 7, 2026. Second violation of Maryland Annotated Code, Alcoholic Beverages and Cannabis, Title 6, Section 6-304, titled Selling or Providing Alcoholic Beverages to an Individual under the age of 21 years, referencing Hanover County Police Report Number 26-700-681 by Detective Middleton, Corporal Ford. Same incident date. Third violation for violation of Maryland.
Counsel, do you wish to waive reading?
I'm sorry?
Do you wish to waive reading?
Yes, wait, please.
Thank you.
My apology.
Anyone wishing to testify for or against, please come forward, remain standing, and raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear and affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. Sir, to my left, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Detective Middleton, Anne Arundel County Police, Western District.
Jacqueline Gow, address 12615 Marley Drive, Bowie, Maryland, 2072.
Thank you. Mr. Earl?
Michael Schur, on behalf of witness Ms. Jacqueline Dahl.
Sir, my apologies, ma'am. What's your name?
Jacqueline Gow.
Where's the president of the business, sir?
He is currently overseas.
They were. Sir, the same situation has occurred with the last hearing, that there was no excusal for the licensee, so we're going to have to postpone this hearing.
I don't believe the licensee has been served because he's been out of the country for
We'll
extended
check
period
that.
of time.
Yeah.
We will proffer that the restaurant currently is not selling any alcohol at all, has stopped all selling activities.
We have, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, Hung in Chung? Yeah, you can show these to the council and to the witness.
No.
Is that, I don't, who's that signature?
I don't know who Kevin. I signed this one.
Kevin Ford, look
there's
like
one.
Kevin Ford? I
That's
don't
not
know who
us.
that is.
One is they abandoned the
I signed this one. This was.
who signed that one at the same time.
Oh, yeah.
There was no Kevin Ford. We don't have
Okay.
anyone. I don't know if it's like a different.
We have no idea who Kevin Ford is.
Yeah. Yes, I do.
We do.
Thanks.
Okay. Inspector Faulkner, I've got a couple questions in reference to the serving of the summonses. Do you remember serving these summonses to this establishment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember who was there at the time?
This young lady was there first. She had to call the licensee and he come down to the restaurant.
And the licensee identified himself?
Right.
And he signed the other
He signed the
summonses?
summons.
And you're saying, Mr. Hurd?
I do not represent the licensee, so I'm not aware
Oh,
of the
you're only
details.
representing,
I'm
oh,
only
okay.
representing
All right.
Ms.
Well,
Gal.
my apologies.
My
I did not
apologies.
know that either. So we don't have the licensee or a representative or an attorney or anybody for him,
I am not aware of
I mean, that you know of, yeah. I'm gonna postpone this case. Yeah. I don't
Counsel,
think
we're going to
we-
postpone the case.
Yeah.
My apologies for inconvenience to your client who is here, but the matter's going to be postponed.
Okay, thank you.
And there's going to be a charge of lack of cooperation as well.
That would be fine, thank you.
Thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
being here, and I'm sorry, but we're gonna have to postpone
worries.
it. We are gonna ask you to come back. Are you still employed there?
Yes.
Okay. And we could reach you there with the new summonses?
Right now I'm only part-time, so I'm not there every single day.
All right, can we get a
Yes.
contact number or something that,
Yes.
or we can go through your office, whatever you want, but
Absolutely.
we definitely wanna bring the
Thank-
young
thank
lady
you,
back
Chairman.
in.
And counsel, you indicated that the establishment is closed for
No,
alcohol sales?
the business is still open, but it stopped selling all alcohol.
There is a licensed manager on the application, or the license that we have, Mr. Wayne Huang. If he's present at the establishment, they're allowed to be. They're not suspended in the interim. I'm not sure what communication you have with the licensee or their operations, but when
Well,
Wayne is there, they're allowed to be operating for liquor
Right, due to
sales.
the lack of communication, I feel it's best that I inform them, just stop all selling activities.
I understand.
Well, we want to give them the benefit, especially with the holiday coming up. I don't know if Valentine's Day is big, but there's a lot of places would love to have this weekend. So if you can get a hold of Wayne
Yes,
Long
I will.
and make sure he is there, you can
Yeah,
be
they're allowed
open,
to-
right?
Yeah, they're allowed to be open for food sales regardless, but with
Anyway.
alcohol sales, Mr. Wayne would have to be there
would
with the
have to be
licensee.
Understood, thank you.
Thank you.
And if you don't mind, please let everybody know, if they have any questions, to contact our office and they can help you through this or help them through it. But it is important that the licensee has a representative here.
Thank you, Chairman.
Right. Well, thank you both, and again, our apologies,
you.
young lady.
You guys have a good
Appreciate
one.
your
Thank you, Commissioner.
attendance.
All right, our next case will be for Cabrito Inc., trading as El Cabrito Mexican Grill, John Holt, COO, Julia Dickball, manager, Claudia Bermudez, manager, Dwayne Gottschalk, chief inspector, Inspector Frank Faulkner. It's for a Class H restaurant, BWL license, entertainment Sunday license located 200 North Crane Highway, Glenberry, Maryland, 21061. Do you waive reading?
We do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone wishing to testify for or against, please come forward, remain standing, and raise your right hand. Dwayne Gottschalk, Chief Inspector, Anne Arundel County Liquor Board.
Sir?
Your name and address, please?
John Holt, 1313 West Street, Annapolis, Maryland, 21401.
Thank you.
Juliet Iqbal, 72 Spa Drive, Annapolis, Maryland, 21403.
Claudia Machado, 202 Roosevelt Avenue, Glenburnie, 2101.
Good evening, Brian Gallagher and I represent the respondents.
Thank you, sir.
1605 Town Center Boulevard, Suite 275, Annapolis, Maryland, 21401.
Your chief.
Thank you. On Wednesday, December 3rd, 2025, at approximately 13:15 hours, I responded to El Cabrito Mexican Grill located at 200 North Crane Highway, Glen Burnie, Maryland, 21061, in reference to a check-back inspection. I met with board-approved manager Ms. Claudia Bermudez and requested several items, including invoices for alcoholic beverage purchases. Bermudez produced a single receipt from Lax Wine and Spirits located in Beltsville, Maryland, and stated she would look for others. While waiting for further documentation, I walked through the bar area and also observed a Mr. Boston triple sec box behind the bar with the establishment name La Fugata on the label. After returning to the hostess stand, Bermudez stated she would call her general manager to return to the store to further assist me. Based upon my initial observations, I'm aware that Lax Wine and Spirits is a large liquor store located outside of Anne Arundel County, Maryland, and I'm also aware that La Fugata was a previous name of a restaurant located or licensed by the Liquor Board located in Edgewater, Maryland. I also confirmed with Liquor Board staff via phone that there was no bulk transfer permit issued by the ATCC for the establishment. While waiting for the general manager, I contacted Inspector Frank Faulkner to respond to El Cabrito to assist in the investigation. Inspector Faulkner arrived a short time later and was briefed on my observations. General manager, identified as Board Approved Manager Juliet Iqbal, arrived shortly after Inspector Faulkner. Iqbal was able to produce approximately 11 more invoices and receipts for review. While looking over the receipts or invoices and receipts that were provided, I noticed that almost all, with the exception of 3, were for deliveries made by various distributors directly to Capital Liquors, which was located at 249 West Street, Annapolis, Maryland, 21401. 2 other receipts were from Lax Wine and Spirits in Beltsville, Maryland, and one of the receipt was directly from a Toast point-of-sale system named El Cabrito Liquor Store, also located at 249 West Street, Annapolis, Maryland, 21401. When questioned regarding the receipts provided, Iqbal stated their business had recently purchased a liquor store within the city of Annapolis, and they had been getting all their alcohol from there. When questioned how they redistribute the products, Iqbal stated they have a full-size cargo van delivery driver that makes frequent deliveries to all El Cabrito restaurant locations, depending on what they need, which included alcoholic beverages from the newly acquired liquor store. I advised Iqbal that circumventing the three-tier system was highly unlawful, and educated her on the unfair market advantage that provided her business over other licensed establishments in the county. Iqbal immediately called licensee Mr. John Holt and explained the situation to him. Holt requested to speak with me, and I further explained the issue and advised him that we would be seizing or destroying any alcoholic beverages that were unlawfully acquired as a result of the violations observed. Both Iqbal and Holt advised me the entire stock of alcoholic beverages was unlawfully acquired since all the alcohol they order is delivered directly from their liquor store by the delivery driver. I contacted Inspector Buddy Marshall and Inspector Latasha Beckles to respond to assist, and I strongly advised Iqbal and Holt to start calling the various distributors in the area while we started to inventory their stock of alcohol. After Inspector Marshall and Inspector Beckles arrived to assist, I did overhear Iqbal calling several distributors while conducting a systematic inspection and inventory of their stock of alcohol. At the completion of the systematic inspection and inventory, we seized 87 bottles of liquor, 19 bottles of wine, 71 cases of beer, and five kegs of beer, all valued at approximately $4,879.87, based upon average market value in Maryland. We also destroyed approximately 94 partially consumed liquor and wine bottles, as well as approximately over 400 loose bottles and cans of beer located behind the bar and coolers with the assistance of restaurant staff. We completed our investigation without further incident and documented our observations through the course of the investigation via photograph. The seized products were then loaded into inspector vehicles by Inspector Faulkner, Inspector Marshall, and I, and transported directly to the Anne Arundel County Liquor Board evidence locker located in Annapolis, Maryland. Pictures, seized invoices and receipts, a seized inventory list, and notice of violation number 1669 are attached to this report. A violation of Anne Arundel County Liquor Board Rule 3.03 records, 4.09 relations with wholesalers, and 4.16 authorized conduct were observed during my investigation. I also observed a violation of Maryland Alcoholic Beverages and Cannabis Article 1-408 record keeping and reporting requirements, as well as 6-311 restrictions on purchases and sales by a retail dealer. All events occurred in Anne Arundel County, Maryland. This will be forwarded to the City of Annapolis Liquor Board. That is my statement of facts.
Counsel, do you have any questions?
Yes, just briefly too. Inspector, my understanding is that you revisited the site and conducted a subsequent investigation. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
And when you revisited the site, would you agree that they had taken the advice, they'd heeded the warnings, they'd established accounts, and they'd set up things in an appropriate manner?
They did. They had orders that were delivered that had invoices attached that were appropriate.
Thank you. No further questions.
Chairman, any questions?
Just a few, just for clarity's sake.
You were given receipts, or a few receipts, I believe, or sold a couple of receipts, is that correct?
That's correct, Chairman. I was given these receipts that were attached to my report. I guess all but 3 were from a liquor store in Annapolis. 2 were from Wax Wine and Spirits, which is in Beltsville, Maryland, which is a large liquor store. And 1 was from a point of sale system at the same liquor store that they advised that they had purchased.
Okay, when you say from Annapolis, you mean within the city limits of Annapolis?
That's correct.
Okay, and you understand that that is not part of the Anne Arundel County Liquor Board's jurisdiction, if you will. And Beltsville definitely is outside the county, so that's not. Excuse me. So you feel pretty confident you've either confiscated or destroyed any of the, we'll call it illegal or unauthorized alcohol on the site at that time?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And when you went back, everything they have, you were able to verify and check through receipts or whatever that they were up to date and properly stocked?
That's correct. They started receiving distributor deliveries and had invoices present on the premise.
Okay. And who was the person that you talked to that on the initial visit who explained to you about the receipts and so forth?
So the initial contact was with Miss Manager Bermudez, but all the subsequent information that was relayed to me that was more in depth was from General Manager Miss Iqbal.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions at this time.
Do licensees have anything in response? Sorry, commissioners, any questions? My apologies. Turn over licensees.
Very briefly, and I'd like to make a proffer on behalf of my clients. I don't expect them to testify. I think it's necessary.
Okay.
Needless to say, my clients have learned a very painful lesson. 80-some bottles, several kegs, all down the drain, valued it all up in excess of $5,000. They definitely learned a hard lesson, and they took heed to it. If I could distribute to the commissioners, what I have here is a couple of the TIPS training certificates, but more importantly and more germane to what we're dealing with here are just a handful of receipts and invoices from the wholesalers regarding the accounts that they established. Just furthering what the inspector stated is that we listened, we heard, we learned our lesson. This is a little bit of a different scenario in that you don't often see owner of a liquor store also being the owner of the restaurant. Ignorance of the law is no excuse, but what I can tell you is that they very much understand the law now, and they've taken steps to correct and rectify it. So what we'd ask for is leniency from the board. And to the chairman's point, we do have a hearing for the city of Annapolis coming up in a few weeks, in March 4th. So we will have to answer for that as well. But given the totality of the situation, and not to minimize the law, not to minimize behavior that falls short of what's expected of us under liquor licenses, I do want to point out that nobody was injured, nobody was hurt. While we did fall short of what is expected of us as the holders of licenses and the general managers, didn't sell to minors, didn't stay open too late, didn't engage in any of so what we'd ask for is leniency, especially in light of the amount of liquor that has gone down the drain as part of this painful lesson. Unless anybody has any questions.
Okay.
Chairman, any questions?
I have a few. And I'm glad it's not a sale to minors, because it really upsets me when these keep coming in and in. But at the same time, what took place circumvents the system. It circumvents what is, in my opinion, best for everybody overall. these other licensees in the area, what took place, circumvented what should have taken place, and I don't take that lightly. We're here not just to adjudicate right and wrong. We're here to help our licensees in any form or fashion. And things like this do the exact opposite. And I understand you do have a hearing coming up in, I think, March or whatever, in the city of Annapolis, and that's a totally different jurisdiction, but I'm sure they'll probably contact us, or maybe they're watching, I don't know. But in any case, the amount of alcohol that they distributed, I can't help but believe that it was intentional as far as taking it from the liquor store to the restaurant. I have a question for you, sir. Did you file your appearance with the board?
I don't
this?
believe I did. I'm sorry
Okay,
about
it's not a big deal, but we do want to make sure we have your information. So
Yes, sir.
if you would, will you be representing the next case, do you know?
Yes, at the Annapolis Liquor Board, yes, sir.
Well, no, not at Annapolis. I'm talking about the El Cabrito in Edgewater.
Yes, sir.
You'll be representing, okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, yeah, please file something, or give us a business card or something we can make a record of. So they understand, and I'm going to ask you, and feel free to ask them, Mr. Holt can speak for himself if he wishes, but you understand that no alcohol can be purchased except through a legal distributor going forth, not one bottle.
Yes, sir. We are 100% on that.
Okay, I'm going to ask this of Mr. Holt, and I'm going to ask you personally, sir. Do you have any financial interest in any other liquor establishment in this county or in the state?
In the state, yes.
Any other ones in this county?
No, none others in the county.
Okay, and where are those in the state located?
In Dorchester County and Cambridge.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your honesty. I have no further questions at this time. Commissioners? Commissioner? Okay, is there anything else you'd like to say, sir?
No, sir, and please, I didn't mean to diminish the laws. I mean, that's why my life is laws. But we do understand that we made a mistake and have taken every step that we can to right.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to make a motion that, and I think the chief inspector has put forth a pretty good case, both with the photograph evidentiary, the listing of the alcohol that was confiscated and destroyed. We still have that alcohol in our evidence locker. Is that correct, Chief?
That is correct.
And so I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we find you guilty of each and every one of the 5 charges that you're charged with. The alcohol that has been confiscated in the evidence locker now belongs to the Anne Arundel County Liquor Board to dispose of, so you will not be getting that back. Ones that were destroyed were destroyed. I'm going to make a motion. I'm not going to suspend your license, and I seriously gave it some thought because it's not a good way to start off. This is a brand new business. And when you came in for your license, you were asked if you were aware of the rules and the regulations and so forth. And the answer at that time was yes. But evidently, if you were aware of it, you didn't follow it. So with that being said, I'm going to make a motion that we find you guilty on all 5 of the charges and assess you $750 for each of the 5 charges. And of course, you're going to lose your alcohol, so I understand it's pretty substantial, but it's a pretty serious violation as far as I'm concerned. So $750 is my motion. Looking for a second.
I second the motion.
I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So be it. can be in touch with the liquor board. We'll be in touch with you and make arrangements, give you time and whatever. But please take heed, Mr. Holt. It's very serious, and I don't know if you have any interest in the one in Annapolis. I don't even want to know. But I'm telling you, no alcohol should come from the city of Annapolis into this county without being through a distributorship. Okay? Good evening. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. See you in the next case.
All right, the next case is going to be for El Cabrito LLC, trading as El Cabrito Mexican Grill, located at 3029 Solomon's Island Road, Edgewater, Maryland, 21037.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to testify for or against, please come forward, remain standing, and raise your right hand.
I do.
Sean Hicks, 436 Colonial Ridge Lane, Arnold, Maryland, 21012.
Jessica Lopez, 1020 Sparrow, Apartment D, 21403.
Juliet Iqbal, 72 Spot Drive, Annapolis, Maryland, 21403.
Brian Gallagher, representing the respondents, 1605 Town Center Boulevard, Suite 275, Annapolis, Maryland, 21401.
Thank you. For the record, Chief Dwayne Gottschalk, Anne Arundel County Liquor Board.
And Chief, you've already been sworn in.
Yes. On Wednesday, December 10th, 2025, at 13:45 hours, I responded to El Cabrito Mexican Grill, located at 3029 Solomon's Island Road, Edgewater, Maryland, 21037, in reference to a follow-up investigation. I had previously advised both General Manager Ms. Juliet Iqbal and licensee Mr. Sean Hicks that the Liquor Board would be inspecting this location soon as a result of a separate investigation conducted at El Cabrito's Glen Burnie location on December 3rd, 2025. Upon arrival, I met with Board-approved manager Ms. Jessica Lopez and requested to see invoices for their alcoholic beverage purchases. Lopez produced a small stapled-together packet containing photocopies, of invoices from Breakthrough Beverage to La Fogata, a photocopy of an invoice from Southern Glaziers of Maryland and D.C. to Capital Liquors, located at 249 West Street, Annapolis, Maryland, 21401, and a photocopy of a Lax Wine and Spirit receipt from Beltsville, Maryland. I requested that Lopez search for more invoices while I looked at the stock of alcoholic beverages in the bar area. Based upon my initial observations, I'm aware that Lax Wine and Spirits is a large liquor store located outside of Anne Arundel County, Maryland. I'm also aware that La Fogata was the previous name of this establishment. The liquor license for La Fogata was approved and transferred on January 28th of 2025, and the new liquor license for El Cabrito Edgewater was not issued until June 11th of 2025. I'm also aware that Capital Liquors is a Class A packaged goods store located within the City of Annapolis' jurisdiction, whose licensee has a direct financial interest in El Cabrito restaurants. While waiting for Lopez to retrieve additional invoices, I contacted Inspector Mark Muckelbauer to respond and to assist in the investigation. I also confirmed with Liquor Board staff via phone that there was a bulk transfer permit issued by the ATCC for the liquor license transfer. Liquor Board staff forwarded me the approved bulk transfer permit and the inventory list from my department to my departmental email for review, and Inspector Muckelbauer arrived a short time later. After briefing Inspector Muckelbauer on my observations, we conducted a systematic inspection of all alcoholic beverages on the premise as we reviewed all the invoices and receipts provided. As we were conducting our systematic inspection, we confirmed with both Lopez and Iqbal via phone that all invoices for alcohol were provided to us after they completed their search for more. We also noted there was a substantial number of alcoholic beverage containers that were not listed on their approved ATCC bulk transfer permit inventory list or invoices by their licensed wholesale distributor addressed to El Cabrito Edgewater. When questioned about the invoices and receipts provided that were not from a licensed wholesale distributor addressed to El Cabrito Edgewater, where the alcoholic beverages came from, Lopez advised they most likely came from Capital Liquors. Iqbal also confirmed via phone that the alcoholic beverages on premise were not lawfully obtained, came from Capital Liquors as well. She went on to explain that she advised the delivery driver to take all the alcohol that he had delivered to El Cabrito Edgewater back to Capital Liquors. She stated she thought the person had taken it all out and apologized for the mistake. I confirmed Iqbal's explanation with the licensee, Mr. Sean Hicks, via phone as well, and advised him that we would be seizing or destroying any alcoholic beverages that were unlawfully acquired as a result of the observed violations. At the completion of our systematic inspection inventory, we seized 30 bottles of liquor, 8 bottles of wine, all valued together at approximately $1,010.13 based upon average market value in Maryland. We also destroyed approximately 21 partially consumed liquor and wine bottles, as well as approximately 305 loose bottles of beer located behind the bar and coolers with the assistance of restaurant staff. We completed our investigation without further incident and documented our observations through the course of the investigation via photograph. The seized products were loaded into my vehicle and transported directly to the Arundel County Liquor Board evidence locker located in Annapolis, Maryland. Pictures, seized invoices and receipts, a seized inventory list, the Liquor Board signed notice of seizure form, approved ATCC bulk transfer permit inventory list, and notice of violation number 1670 are attached to this report. A violation of Arundel County Liquor Board Rule and Regulation 3.03 titled Records, 4.09 titled Relations with Wholesalers, and 4.16 titled Unauthorized Conduct were observed during my investigation. I also observed violations of Maryland Alcoholic Beverages and Cannabis Article 1-408 titled Record Keeping and Reporting Requirements, and 6-311 titled Restrictions on Purchases and Sales by Retail Dealer. All events occurred in Arundel County, Maryland. This report will be forwarded to the City of Annapolis Liquor Board. That's my statement of facts.
Thank you very much, Chief.
Counsel, any questions?
Just briefly, Inspector, I had the same 2 questions. My understanding that you went back and re-inspected this site and that upon re-inspection, everything was in order.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Very good.
Chairman, any questions?
I do have a couple. Mr. Hicks.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to direct this to you directly. Do you have any interest in any other alcohol establishment, either in this county or this state?
No, sir.
None? You
No.
said no?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. That's correct.
Thank you. Am I correct, Chief? And I'm going to run this. Did you let them know at the first El Cabrito that you were going to visit the second El Cabrito? And
That's correct.
is there any person who was involved in both of these establishments?
General Manager Ms. Iqbal, she's involved in both of the establishments.
Okay. So you were made aware that he was going to be visiting the second one in a week or so?
Yes, sir.
Right. Did you tell anybody that?
I did. I told some of the workers that they needed to remove all the liquor that was brought from the liquor store. But I guess because it's kind of like big and they didn't understand too much, they left a few bottles in there. But most of the alcohol was out.
You say a few bottles?
Yeah, well,
Yeah, right, what the chief mentioned,
Yes.
okay. So there was a warning, evidently not taken heed to, and the chief did evidently what he wanted to. Anyway, I'm going to flip back to the questions that I had for Mr. Hicks. Were you made aware of all this from the very inception of the first visit?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and did you speak to the chief?
I did.
Okay. And did he explain everything to you to your satisfaction as far as what was confiscated and or destroyed?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Okay. All right, I have no further questions at this time. I'll turn it over to the commissioners.
I have no questions.
Sir?
I'm not going to repeat everything that I said, so I'd like to adopt my previous statements in light of this one. And to Inspector Gottschalk's summary statement, I believe he did mention that Ms. Iqbal, in light of the warning, did instruct people and that he found that to be a credible statement on her behalf. But otherwise, I adopt everything that I previously said.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to make a motion here, and it's going to be very quick because it's going to be identical to the last one. But I do want to take a second and thank you. Thank you for working with our inspection division. Thank you for trying to assist the other El Cabrito in the best way and fashion you could. Evidently, they didn't take heed to every word you said, but I am going to make a motion that we find you guilty of all 5 charges and also assess a $750 per charge fine. And please, going forward, let there not be another bottle found in there that's not bought through a distributor. Again, it is a serious charge. It's not a violation for minors, but we take it very serious because you're affecting all your fellow licensees in that area. And I'm assuming you don't have any connection with I think it's called Capital Liquors in Annapolis, correct, Mr. Hicks?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Anyway, my motion is $750 for each of the 5 charges, a total $3,750. And hopefully we won't see you in here again. And of course, it will be the loss of what alcohol that we have in our evidence locker. Okay, I have a second.
I second the motion.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner. I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, so be it. Hopefully we won't see you back again.
Thank you, guys.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Have a
sir.
good evening.
Good evening.
All right, our next case will be for RAAS Ventures LLC, trading as Magathy Wine and Spirits. Servenis, the Marju member, Reithpal, Kulduk, Chilhal, authorized member, Amonpreet Kaur, authorized member, Inspector Megan Harlow, no restrictions. This is for a change of officer majority. Currently, Mr. Pamarju, member on behalf of RAAS Ventures LLC, trading as Magathy Wine and Spirits, located at 147 Ritchie Highway, Suite A, Serena Park, Maryland, 21146. This is for a Class A package good BWL with BWL tasting, growler, delivery, and Sunday license. Anyone wishing to testify for or against, please come forward, remain standing, and raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear and affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Please be seated. Starting from my left, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Amanpreet Kaur, 409 Kingwood Road, Linthicum, Maryland, 21090.
Pritipal Chahal, 3107 Cavalier Road, Ellicott City, 21042.
Thank you.
Srinivas Pamaraju, 211 Creek Valley Lane, Rockville, Maryland, 20850.
Thank you. Mr. Ertl?
Mr.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Hurdle. For the record, David F. Mr. Winter and Bartlett LLC representing the applicants. If I may proffer initially.
Please.
As the board has probably seen, this is an application for change of corporate officers of the existing licensed business. Mr. Pamaraju is the current licensee. He is remaining with the business. He is transferring the majority of the ownership interest to the other applicants here this evening, but he will stay on for an indeterminate period of time with the business. There will be, I think there currently are, and will continue to be 5 employees of the business, and they will have at least 2 registered as managers with this board. They have more employees during the high seasons, holiday periods, up to 9 employees that they bring on a part-time basis or temporary basis. All persons who are employed, particularly any that sell or operate the point-of-sale system, are alcohol awareness trained and will continue to be that way if they replace any of them. The standard hours of operation for the business are 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Monday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays, and 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Sundays. The principal management person, licensee, which is Mr. Pritipal Chahal, has prior experience in the business in that he's worked at 2 different liquor stores for over a period of 3 years, and one he was the manager of the business. One was in Pikesville Elite Liquors. Most recently, he has been the manager at Petite Cellars in, I guess it's still considered Ellicott City. So he not only is familiar with the business, but obviously Petite Cellars really has a big focus on high-end wines, etc. I was actually there a couple weeks ago to buy something different, and they have a big emphasis on wines there. And he will bring that expertise with him to Magathy Liquors. Amarpreet Kaur is going to be less involved from the management. She's going to be more in the business side, bookkeeping, et cetera. Mr. Paraju will continue to be there. He's obviously been there for a substantial period of time, is experienced, and will continue to bring that and help with bringing the new licensees up to the speed and make sure that the same management system continues, which has been successful with their employees. The one thing that they're doing, I think, that's interesting is they're employing a new point of sale system. It's called Scotch, I believe. And that system is going to be installed by next week, and it has a built-in scanner system in that. That scanner system will capture not only the ID, barcode on the ID, and it will tell the operator, should tell the operator if it appears to be not to be genuine, to be counterfeit or fake. I know there's some controversy out there about the quality of the various scanner systems. Some are better than others. We hoping this is state of the art and will tend to work that way. I'm aware that Maryland's in the process of joining a nationwide system where they're going to be able to identify out-of-state licenses and help with that. And there should be a share on that. I'm not quite sure when that's going to come online with the state. Maybe the board knows better than I. The applicants are open to any questions that the board may have.
Chairman, any questions?
Yes, I'm going to address these questions directly to the three licensees, and that question can be answered one at a time. And it's the same question you've heard me ask before. Do you have any other financial interest in any other liquor establishment, either in this county or in the state of Maryland?
No.
No. All three say no?
Yep. No.
Okay, well, you made the answers easy then. I'm glad to hear about this new system, and hopefully it's something that we can maybe inform some of our other licensees that they may look into. And if you would, please take the time to let us know after a trial period whether you like it or not. You can address it directly to our administration, and like I say, any input we can get back, we would appreciate. I hope the system works because it is really important that you be extremely careful who you sell alcohol to. I have no further questions at this time. Commissioners? Okay. With that being said, unless Mr. would like to say something else, I'm going to go ahead and make a
I
motion.
just would ask the board to approve the application. And I guess the one question I might have, it might be for the administrator. Ed, I don't know whether this is something we can get accomplished before the renewals have to be filed, whether that's likely or not. If not, obviously the same, it's the same entity, same licensee here, so we'll, if we can't do it, we'll obviously renew in the existing name and swap it out after.
Yeah, you're close.
After I get the board's
We'll do the
checklist,
best
I'll
we
figure
can
it out.
on
Yep,
it, is what
I
he said.
appreciate that, and we'll do the best we can to comply
Good,
with
yeah,
the
that's
checklist
important
items.
because any things that's outstanding could hold it up, so.
Ideally, the good thing about just a change of officers, we're not confronted with some of the same things if it was a straight transfer.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we accept this and the change of officer and the majority. And but I'm going to also put a restriction on this license, but it's going to be short-lived, and I'll explain that in a second. And the restriction is all individuals working at the point of sale must be alcohol awareness trained. Everybody at the point of sale, if you're behind the register, and if our inspectors come in and they ask for the ID, you need to be able to show them that certificate or card or something to verify it.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we do have a file, a folder at the cash register, which has every single time certification for each employee in the store.
Good. I'm putting that restriction on, like I say, it's going to be short-lived because there's going to be a change of rules, which this will become mandated if it's passed and agreed to by this board, that any Class A, everybody working the point of sale. So the restriction to go on, it will eventually come off because it'll be a standard rule in the rule book. But for now, everybody who at the point of sale must be alcohol awareness trained, and a certificate or a card on file. Okay? Made a motion that we accept this. Looking for a second.
I second the motion to accept it.
I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 So be it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Very well done.
Our next case will be for Skipper's Pier located at 6158 Drum Point Road LLC, or I should say that's the business name. David Rasage, owner, member, Inspector John Maloney. This is for a transfer. Currently Gail Heiser, member, and Marlon Hefty, member on behalf of 6158 Drum Point Road, trading as Skipper's Pier, located at 6158 Drum Point Road, Deal, Maryland. 20751. This is a Class B restaurant, BWL, on and off sale, with dancing, Sunday license with outdoor service. There are 3 restrictions currently on the license, all placed in April 25 of 2000. First one is Monday through Friday, only recorded music will be permitted and will end at 8:30 p.m. All music, whether inside or outside, live or recorded, must be kept at or below the state's noise level of 65 decibels. Second restriction is music will be restricted as follows. Live music on Sundays, Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m. Recorded music may be played till 8:30 p.m. on Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays. Last restriction is that licensees post a sign indicating that their patrons are not to drink on Drum Point Road, and that it is a tow and ticketing zone area, that they are not to park on the grassy part of the marina's lot, and no open containers to be taken off property. Anyone wishing to testify for or against, please come forward, remain standing, and raise your right hand.
Raise your right hand, please.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear and affirm of the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please be seated. Will you please state your name and address for the record?
David Rossage, 302 Highview Road, Tracy's Landing, Maryland.
Thank you. Mr. Ertl?
Sir, turn it over to you.
So I'm a scrappy entrepreneur. Started for my first business 25 years ago at age 17. 13 years ago, I had the good fortune of being introduced to Mr. John Heiser and the Heiser family, owners of the liquor license. I think he liked the combination of my entrepreneurial grit and my wife's actual talent in cooking and culinary. So he agreed to lease his restaurant to a young 24-year-old entrepreneur, which was pretty great for me. But being wise and a long-time businessman, he decided he wanted to continue to hold the liquor license in case things didn't work out. I've been there 13 years now, so I think administratively it became kind of problematic that I own the business that operates the restaurant, and then they held the license separately. And the liquor board, I think when they went electronic, started to realize that there was problems with that, and they would rather the person running and operating the business hold the license. And they explained that to the property owners and the family. And they agreed that it made sense to transfer, being that I have a 17 years left of a 20-year lease, and then I'm going to be there and really the one responsible.
Okay. Mr. Rossage, you're aware of the restrictions that are on this license?
Yes, I wanted to talk about having them removed. They were all put in place well before I was there. I've never had a violation or been brought here in the 13 years I've been there. These are kind of old, grandfathered things that were on the license that are actually problematic for us.
Mr. Retch,
But
perhaps
that's
you
not
could talk
part-
about your hours of operation going forward as a licensee,
Oh, yeah.
your operations.
What was the question about the hours?
Perhaps you could talk about how you're going to operate the business.
Yes, yes. So during the busy season, 7 days a week, we typically close at 9. But I don't like the idea that the music is restricted after 8. It's really problematic. No restaurant has restrictions like that that I know of. It's very hard to run a restaurant and not have music after 8 o'clock at night. That's recorded music. I think there was someone on the creek that complained 20 years ago, in 2000. I think that's why that got put there.
Now, you're applying for the transfer, but there's no mention that you want these restrictions lifted in the application for this license transfer.
No, sir. At this point, I'm just trying to transfer the license.
Okay.
I would love to see that cleared up, but if it has to happen separately, I'm
you'll have to address that at a different time, and that's really what I'm getting at.
Sure.
So if this transfer is approved, it's approved with those restrictions intact. If they're not a problem, there won't be a problem, but you can petition or request through the administration that the board look at getting those removed, but you have to ask for that specifically. And you can talk to either Mr. Aronson, our executive director, or Janet Gagnon, our administrator, and they can walk you through that. But for now, we're just dealing with the transfer. You understand that, correct?
I understand that.
Do you have any other financial interest in any other establishment that sells alcohol in this county or state?
No, I don't.
No, you don't. Okay, very good. Do you have, are you aware of the management agreement and the purpose behind the board-approved managers?
Yes, we always have a manager
Okay.
in the restaurant.
And that means that if you are not physically there every minute that it's open, that a person whose name appears on that board-approved management agreement must be.
We've made sure that there is always someone with that in the building at all
Okay,
times.
very good. I'm going to go ahead, and unless you have something further you'd like to say, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion.
No, sir.
Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we accept this transfer with the restrictions intact, and I'm looking for a second. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm going to add something to that. I apologize, Commissioner Song. You heard me say this early. You heard me say this earlier. I'm going to put 2 more restrictions on there, but they're going to be short-lived because if the board votes to change the rules, they'll be incorporated in that. And that is, anybody working a point of sale at that register is selling alcohol, must be alcohol awareness trained. Then, not in 10 days or 20 or 30 days. When it comes to the other staff members, waiter, waitresses, and so forth, you'll have 30 days to, and that restriction will be all individuals involved in sale of alcohol beverage shall successfully complete training in a state-approved alcohol awareness program within 30 days of the date of their hire. Okay, and we do have and will have, hopefully, within the next 30 to 60 days, a program that can allow you to send your new hires and employees free of charge to this through the liquor board. So
That's
take
great.
advantage of that.
There's a lot of people there.
Yeah, well, and we want as many trained as we can because we want to avoid sale to minors and those infractions and non-compliances that we unfortunately hear of too much. Anyway, I made a motion. I had a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So be it, sir. Congratulations. Lots of luck, and please be careful.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next case will be for Liquor Outlet Glen Burnie LLC, trading as Liquor Outlet Glen Burnie. Kish Kumar Patel, member. Brajesh Kumar Patel, member. Inspector Jeremy Fisher, no restrictions. This is for a transfer and change of location. Currently, Vivek Patel, member. Sandeep Patel, member. Kenjal Joshi, managing member on behalf of Dorsey Square LLC, trading as BWI Deli and Convenience Store, located at 1272 Stony Run Road, Hanover, Maryland, 21076. This is a Class A packaged goods BWL with Sunday license with no restrictions. Anyone wishing to testify for or against, please come forward, remain standing, and raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear and affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. Starting from my left, can you please state your name and address for the record, sir?
My name is John Arison, 707 Glendon Avenue, Annapolis, Maryland, 21403.
Brajesh Kumar Patel, 720 Cyprian Court, Grand Burles, MD 21054.
Yes, Kaushik Kumar Patel, 720 Cabinet Court, Camley, Maryland, 21054.
Thank you. Mr. Ertl.
Ms. Wheatley, we'll turn it over to you.
Sure. Good evening, Kira Wheatley, Hyatt and Weber, representing the applicants for the transfer tonight. Tonight, the liquor outlet is seeking a transfer of a Class A beer wine liquor license with Sunday service from Dorsey Square LLC. The transfer is, as stated, for both the transfer of the licensees and a transfer of the location of the liquor license. Under 4203 of the Alcoholic Beverages and Cannabis article of the Maryland Code, It allows this transfer of both the licensee and the location. The board will consider the fitness of the applicant as well as the public accommodation for the new location. I have here with me tonight Mr. Brajesh Patel and Kaushik Patel, who are the two intended licensees for the liquor license. They'll be testifying as to their fitness to hold the license. And then I have Mr. John Aronson here as well, who will testify as to the location of the liquor license, that it will accommodate the public and be convenient for the public in its new location. So I'll begin with Mr. Brajesh Patel, if I may. Mr. Patel, what is your relationship with the Liquor Outlet Glen Burnie LLC?
I'm a minority licensee.
Okay.
I'm a minority owner.
And can you explain to the board what role you'll play in everyday operations of the store?
I'll be their day-to-day manager.
And do you intend to hire any managers other than yourself and Mr. Kaushik, who are the licensees?
In the future, yes.
Okay. And you understand that if you do hire a manager, that you'll have to enter into a management agreement with the liquor board, or
Yeah.
that will be provided to the liquor board?
Yes.
Okay. And anyone, either yourself as the licensee, Mr. Kaushik, or the manager under the management agreement will have to be present at the liquor store at all times during operating hours, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And can you explain to the board the overall business model of the liquor outlet?
This will be a typical retail liquor, beer, wine store.
Okay. And no food sales no food sales, correct?
Correct.
Got it. And no on-premises consumption of alcohol, correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the board your days and hours of operation?
We'll be operating Monday to Thursday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., Friday, Saturday from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m., and then on Sundays from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m.
And what type of clientele do you anticipate attracting at this location?
The clientele visiting the shopping center, which concludes of the Home Depot, Costco, McDonald's, PetSmart, and so forth.
And do you have any experience with holding liquor licenses in this county or the state?
In the state of Maryland, yes.
Okay, but not in this county?
No.
And where do you hold the where are you another licensee for a liquor license?
Baltimore County.
Okay. And how long have you held that license?
A year and a half.
Okay. And how long have you worked in the business of packaged goods stores with that specifically serve alcohol?
About 12 years.
12 years, okay. And what types of roles have you played? Employee or manager?
Pretty much everything from cashier to accounting, back staff, POS setups to general manager.
Okay. And in your role as licensee or as an employee at a packaged goods store, have you ever been found guilty of a violation of any state or local liquor licenses?
No.
Are you familiar with the rules and regulations for the liquor licenses in Anne Arundel County?
Yes.
And have you reviewed those and understand the rules and regulations you must abide by as licensee in this county?
Yes.
Will you follow and ensure that all employees follow all state and local regulations concerning the operation of a packaged goods store with a Class A liquor license in Anne Arundel County?
Yes.
Okay. And what steps do you take to ensure that all those local laws and regulations are complied with?
Well, as I'll be there day to day, we'll be making sure that all the rules and regulations of the county are followed to a T, as we have with other employment forms across the state.
Okay. And your employees, are they all tip certified, or how do you ensure that they're tip certified? Alcohol awareness certified, I should say.
So between the hiring process and their employment start process, we require all employees to be tip certified prior to starting work.
Okay. And as far as training employees on how to check identification to ensure that no alcohol is served to anyone under the age of 21, and what's your standard procedure for that?
To check for IDs as part of that alcohol awareness training that they receive, as well as implementing softwares into the POS so that they have to manually check IDs for every transactions that they're doing.
And will proper signage be posted in the liquor store?
Yes.
Okay. And do you understand that if ever the liquor outlet was charged with a violation of the rules and regulations or any provision of the state code, that you as the licensee will have to appear for the liquor board at a public hearing to address the violations?
Yes.
And have you personally been certified in an alcohol awareness program?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have for Mr. Brajesh Patel, unless the board has questions specific to him or would like me to just move on with each witness.
No, I have no questions. No, let me back up.
Sure.
I'd like to hear it directly from him. I did hear your question. I did hear his response to it. But, sir, I believe you said you did have an interest in another alcoholic establishment or sales of alcohol in Baltimore County?
Yes, sir.
And you still have that interest?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that the only one?
That is the only
other than
one.
the one you're applying for here? Okay, thank you. I just wanted to reiterate that.
Sure.
Request. Thank you.
Okay, and just a few questions for Mr. Kaushik Patel. Mr. Patel, do you yourself have any other have an interest in any other licenses in Anne Arundel County or the state?
No.
Is this your first license that you would be holding as a licensee?
Yes.
Okay. And have you been provided a copy with the Anne Arundel County rules and regulations?
Yes.
And do you understand those rules and regulations you'd have to abide by as licensee?
Yes.
Okay. And you also have some experience in liquor stores, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you been in the business of packaged goods stores?
It was 15 years.
15 years?
Yes,
Okay.
2007 to 2022.
Okay. And just a general employee or manager there?
General manager.
General manager, okay. And in your role as an employee or general manager at previous packaged goods stores that you have worked at, were you ever found guilty of a violation of any state or local liquor regulations in your role?
No.
No? Okay. And are you alcohol awareness certified yourself?
Yes.
And do you agree with Mr. Brajesh Patel's statement as far as how the restaurant, or the packaged goods store will ensure that all IDs are checked and the proper procedures to ensure that the rules and regulations are followed?
Yes.
And do you understand that if the liquor outlet was ever charged with a violation of the rules and regulations or of any provisions of the state code, that you as licensee will have to appear before the liquor board at a public hearing to address those violations?
Yes.
And those are all the questions I have for Mr. Kaushik Patel, and unless the board has further questions, I can move on to the next witness. Sure.
Ms. Wheatley, how is this not an issue with Section 4203 of the Code of Maryland?
4203.
Licensees will have multiple restaurant licenses, but this is 2 packaged good licenses, correct?
It's a Class A at the other, it is a Class A, but we had put on the application that he had held that licensee in
Does it
Catonsville.
identify on the application it's a Class A license in any capacity?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Does it identify that it's a packaged good license on the application?
Okay, let me check. It's identified as Catonsville Liquors in Baltimore County.
And that is a Class A establishment, Baltimore County, 6-day, right? Ms. Wheatley, I'm going to pass you the code section here,
Okay.
just so you can take a look.
Sure.
Just to verify that I'm not reading it the wrong way, because I would love your input. Section 4203.
Sorry, just bear with me 1 second. Is there a specific subsection you're referencing?
My reading of the section is that the licensee can have deluxe restaurants or restaurant licenses, possibly even H licenses, but they can only have one off-premises location in Maryland because it's a statewide code section.
Okay. If you give me 1 second, I'll just consult with the client.
Please.
The license, Mr. Brajesh Patel, I believe, is a licensee of another Class A packaged goods store in Catonsville. It's a different entity that holds that license, but to the extent the board finds that he himself cannot hold this license, then we can forgo his applications as licensee and move forward with Mr. Kaushik Kumar Patel as the licensee.
Mr. Aronson, is the staff, is that something that is possible to, I guess, administratively amend the application today? Would it be possible to put that on in March to move it as quickly as possible? Because we've heard much of the application.
Yeah, we would request a postponement. We can.
If I may,
sort
Ms.
this
Wheatley,
out,
I'd like
yeah.
to talk to the commissioners about the possibility of hearing the rest of the testimony
Sure.
today and then bringing it back to see if there's any other concerns that come up and then
Okay. Yes.
issuing a decision at that time. Just a moment. We're going to have your clients present today, including your experts that don't have to come back and incur that extra cost.
Okay.
And also, it appears, and I guess this is something we're going to get to, is there anyone here in opposition to this transfer?
That I'm aware of.
I see none.
So there would be no opposition?
Yeah.
Thank you. Please continue.
Okay, and
Thank you.
so, yeah, so I've concluded with Mr. Brajesh and Kaushik, and if you have any specific questions for Mr. Kaushik Patel, then I can move on to our expert, Mr. John Aronson.
Please.
Okay. Mr. Aronson has, I believe, been before this board before. If we want to try and speed things along, I'd ask that he be an expert in land use and planning. But if not, I'm happy to voir dire him through that process.
If he's presented before, and I do see the resume, I think we would accept him as an expert in
Okay.
this regard.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Aronson, you're familiar with the address of the property seeking this license, 585 East Ordnance Road, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and have you visited the property?
Yes.
Okay, and have you had an opportunity to review the application and plans that have been submitted to the board?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and what is the zoning of the proposed location of the store?
C3 General Commercial.
And in C3, general commercial is a packaged goods store permitted under the code?
It's conditional use.
Okay, and what are those conditions for the code?
Well, the person must have a license, which I guess is why we're here. And the second is it can't be within 1,000 feet of a church or school entryway to entryway.
And assuming that the board approves this license as one of the conditions, is it your conclusion that the premises is located at least 1,000 feet from all schools and religious facilities as required by Section 11, 1603 of the Alcoholic Beverages Article?
I believe Terrain did that measurement, and I know them to be a very reputable engineering firm. And they found it was over 1,000 feet.
And for the transfer of a location, it's this board's requirement to consider the public and convenience and accommodation of the proposed location. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what are your conclusions as far as how this location for this packaged goods store would be convenient and accommodating to the public?
You sort of have to understand this, this general area. The store itself is proposed to be an inline store in a small strip center that's part of a larger regional shopping center that, as you heard, contains a Costco, a Home Depot, PetSmart, in terms of large uses. But it's bounded to the north by I-695, to the west by Route 10, which is more or less interstate quality road, and then to the east and sort of to the, over in that area is Curtis Creek. So you've got an enclave here that's rather isolated. Even though this area itself, this enclave, is part of a larger census tract that has some houses in it, this area doesn't have any houses. There's no residents there. There's an Army depot. There's industrial parks. There's a park. There's a a correctional center. There's really, unless you're employed there, there's not a whole lot of reason to go there unless you want to go to Costco or Home Depot. At the intersection of Bay Meadow Drive and Ordnance, which is basically the entrance to the shopping center, according to State Highway Administration, there's 32,000 cars a day go through that particular area. So there's a lot of traffic, even though there isn't a lot. It doesn't seem to be a lot of stuff there right now. I'll point out that Costco is the third largest retailer in the United States. The average customer age is between 35 and 60, which is pretty broad, but that was the statistics I found, with a median income around $92,000 a year. Home Depot customers have a median age of around 50. I guess as I'm aging, I'm bringing that number up. And they have a median income of around $80,000 compared to a national median of around $68,000. PetSmart customers are between 25 and 40. I think that the reason why this is a good location for a packaged goods stores is because people are going to this center to get hardware, to get stuff for their pets, to go to Costco, and it'd be very convenient for them to have a packaged goods store also in the shopping center. It'd be useful to them to be able to do a one-stop shop. I'll also point out that where the store is going to be located is very close to where people line up for Costco gasoline, which can also get fairly crowded at times. So you'll have a use there where people can do one stop. I'll point out that I live over in Eastport here in Annapolis, and I shop at this Costco. So just as an aside. So I think that this is the appropriate location for a liquor store, and it'll greatly convenience the public to have it there so they can do a one-stop shopping on a Saturday or whatever other day that they choose to go. And it's regional.
And Mr. Aronson, have you analyzed the number and locations of other existing Class A licenses in the area?
Yeah, there's two. There's on the other side of Route 10, the closest one is Chaverdi's. It's located in what's called the Chesapeake Center, but actually it's part of a Walmart. It's in the same building as a super Walmart that's sitting there off of Ordnance Road near its intersection with Route 10. And it's about 3,300 feet from the store that we're talking about that's being proposed here. The other one is Chesapeake Liquors. It's a little over a mile from the proposal we have here tonight. It's on the west side of Route 10, and it's on the west side of Route 2, also part of a larger shopping center. It's next door to the Best Buy that's currently there now. This general area along Ritchie Highway and Ordnance Road is just a really heavy commercial area.
And in your opinion, what, if any, impact will the proposed location of the license have on existing establishments in that area that you've identified?
Because this draws from such a large area, I believe that people who go there probably have a neighborhood liquor store wherever it is they live, which could be, I've read that people drive as far as an hour to get to a Costco. I don't think that you can make an assumption at all that this will negatively impact the nearest liquor stores to this particular site.
And the approval of this transfer, if approved by the board, wouldn't have any impact on the current quota for the Class A licenses, correct?
No, this assessment district will still have the same number of licenses.
And do you foresee, for any reason, there being an impact on the, a negative impact on the general health, safety, and welfare of the surrounding community?
None at all.
Do you foresee any issues related to crime?
No, this is actually going into a vacant storefront, which is more conducive to negative impacts than having a use in there.
And do you foresee any issues related to traffic and parking?
No.
And do you believe the site plan by terrain that's included with the application adequately addresses the traffic flow and parking area?
Yeah, that's pretty much established already by people coming and going into the center.
I do, for the record, have an aerial photo of the proposed location that I think provides a better depiction of the parking, because there is not only the parking lot for the Costco area, but also parking spots that are specific to this building itself. So while there is a large parking area because it's a shopping center, it also has its own designated parking.
Ms. Whitley, do you have anything else to add?
I was just checking, and no, I think that pretty much sums it up. I could do a closing statement to summarize for the record, but
Ms. Wheatley, is this license in the same assessment district that it's moving from?
John, I believe it. I think you could answer that question.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Wonderful. Mr. Chairman, do you have any questions for Ms. Wheatley before she sums up?
Questions?
Commissioners, any questions? Ms. Wheatley?
Sure. Yeah, just to briefly summarize, pull out my notes to make sure I'm not missing anything. So the board, as we've acknowledged, there may be some amendments we need to make to the application to ensure that we're not violating any sort of state code as far as the number of liquor licenses a person can hold. Both licensees have testified tonight. I think both of them are very fit to hold a liquor license. If that has to be Mr. Kaushik Patel and not the two of them, then we can certainly make that happen. Both applicants have extensive experience in liquor stores. They have over two decades combined in experience with liquor stores, serving in multiple positions, general employees, general managers, a licensee in one instance. So they have very familiar with how these stores operate. They're very familiar with the state code, the rules and regulations in the localities that they work in. So I feel confident that they will follow those rules and regulations. They understand if they don't, that they'll be back here. I think they've heard all of the previous testimony from other instances and understand what the repercussions are for any violations that may occur. I think the location is a great location. It's very convenient with taking into consideration the surrounding large chain stores, retail stores that are there, that people are kind of running errands on a daily basis that come from all over the state. So I think it's something that's convenient to have right next to one of those locations where you can just kind of have a one-stop shop for a lot of your needs. And we had submitted an amended site plan, just so you're aware. It gives a more thorough description of the distances to the religious facilities. We wanted to make sure that all of that was addressed very thoroughly. There doesn't seem to be any distance issues, and the aerial, I think, gives you a better understanding of the parking and the how it's. I think it's about 34 parking spaces, which I think is more than enough for a packaged goods store. Yes, the licensees will also obtain any necessary permits they need, other approvals from any other agencies, departments, transfer permits, all of that, and they fully intend to comply with that and understand a license can't be issued without providing that to the board. So as we stated, we would request a postponement. We're happy to work out the issue with the 2 licenses, and we'd be happy to come back and talk to you again.
We'll hold the decision until that amendment is filed, and we'll try to get it done for the March calendar. We do appreciate your understanding.
I do have one open question. Sure. Excuse me. I asked the first gentleman, Mr. Patel, number one, about his relationship with any other liquor establishment, but I didn't get around to asking number two, if you won't mind. Do you have any relationship in any way, shape, or form as far as any other liquor establishment in Anne Arundel County or the state of Maryland? No. You have none? Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that before we moved on.
I think, Mr. Chairman, we're going to take a brief recess.
Yes, please. We'll hopefully be able to
Yes, we'll see you
take
in
care of
March.
things with you.
Thank
We
you
have
so much.
one more case coming up. We're going to take a 10 or 15 minute break, so please bear with us and we'll be back.
Thank you, Chairman Harris. Next case is going to be for PCF Inc., trading as Magathy Inn. Paul Pesh, Vice President, Inspector Jim Kirizoglu. This is a protest of renewal an appeal for April 2025. Currently, Paul Pesh, Vice President on behalf of PCF Inc., trading as Magathy Inn, located at 546 Center Street, Magathy Beach, Pasadena, Maryland, 21122. This is a Class D tavern, BWL with a one-off sale, dancing, Sunday license with outdoor service. Currently, a restriction on the license placed 7/9/2008 that states outdoor service in the beer garden as weather permits from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. 7 days a week with the following conditions: no loitering, noise kept to or below a maximum state noise level of 65 decibels. So no one is disturbed as long as no complaints are received by the board. Anyone wish to testify for or against, please come forward, remain standing, and raise your right hand.
Want to testify, you have to stand and raise your right hands.
Is that everyone who's testifying, standing and raising your right hand?
Just in case. Just in case.
Okay, thank you. Do you solemnly swear and affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Everyone, please be seated.
May we have those that have been sworn identify themselves as being?
Yeah, correct. So starting from my left, can we start with your name and address for the record? Then we'll most likely zigzag back until everyone's stated their name and address.
Am I the closest?
You
So
start, yeah.
it's
Yes,
Todd
sir.
Taylor, 550 Center Street, Pasadena.
Thank you.
David Phipps, Chesapeake Bay Environmental, 2818 Solomons Island Road, Edgewater, Maryland, 21037.
Paul Pace, Pasadena, Maryland, 21122.
Thank you. And back there? Thank you. The front row? Starting in the left, second row?
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Mr. Riddle?
Thank you, Chief. My understanding is there's still one motion pending, a motion for a stay. We're going to hear the motions. Depending on the outcome of that, the case will be turned over to the protestants, and then the licensee respondent, a brief rebuttal, and then a decision phase. Mr. Bittner?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you very much. Richard Bittner, B-I-T-T-N-E-R, on behalf of the licensee, Paul Panesh. I'm going to submit on our request to stay. What I'd ask the board to consider, a lot of the many of the issues that are pending before the appellate court are procedural and zoning raised issues about pre-existing conditions and pre-existing concerns on the license. I believe the board has already found those to not be relevant to this hearing. But to the extent that the court feels different or sheds any type of light on that ruling, I'd ask you to reserve on those questions.
Mr. Hurdle, I'm Trip Fulton. I represent just one of the protestants, Ms. Catherine Taylor, who is here present and to my left. I bring that to your attention. I believe there are 10 protestants. Just for the clarity of the record, I only represent Catherine. Her husband, Todd, is here, not represented by me. I suspect he may want to respond to the motion as well. But on behalf of Catherine, I would just point out to this board that this hearing is mandated by an Anne Arundel County Circuit Court, an order which instructs on remand that this board hold a public hearing. Now, there's no date certain that this appeal that Mr. Bittner is referencing will come to a conclusion. I don't know when it's going to be heard. And an appellate court may very understandably take months, even up to a year, to render a decision on whatever is before him. And once that point in time comes, the opportunity for even further appeals may exist for either party. The fact is, as of the date of the circuit court order, which was 2 months ago, all parties, as of today's date, with respect to the circuit court order that was 2 months ago, all necessary parties are here. We are ready to go. We have a handful of folks ready to testify on both sides of this protest. And I don't even want to imagine the complications that might arise if this protest hearing for an application and a license that was sought almost a year ago gets kicked down the road to the date uncertain for this general appeal that could be appealed again. I think we've got all the pieces aligned. They're all here. I would ask that the board respectfully deny the motion to stay these proceedings.
Thank you, Mr. Fulton. Mr. Taylor, did you want to be heard?
Yes, I do, please.
So if I may, before Mr. Taylor is heard, I thought Mr. Fulton stated that there are 10 protestants. He only represents Ms. Taylor. I don't believe there's 10 protestants here.
Correct, Mr. Bitter. Thank you. Mr. Taylor?
Yes. So what I would like to say is that the circuit court ordered the board to, the circuit court ordered the board to hold this protest hearing. The board has a duty to hold this hearing without any unnecessary delay. So to stay this hearing would frustrate the very relief that the court had ordered. And the order granted temporary authority for the license to remain in effect until the date of the hearing. That authority was expressly tied to the date of the hearing. Now that the date of the hearing has arrived, that temporary authority has expired, and there is no equitable or statutory basis for an extension. Also, the pending appellate case, it does not justify delay. It's for a different license year, a different record, a different protesting group, and a different set of facts. Each renewal must be decided on its own evidence. So, as you know, that's it. I think that I'm just going to say, I just would request that the board just proceed with holding the hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Okay, thank you both. In reference to your motion for stay, Mr. Bittner, we're going to go ahead and deny that, and we're going to go ahead and proceed with this in its entirety. You understand, Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
Okay. Very good. Then let's move on, please.
We're going to turn the case over to the protestants. Mr. Fulton, did you want to take the lead, I presume?
Yeah, I'll take the lead. I think I'd like to go first. I will be calling Mr. Phipps. I may have some questions for Ms. Taylor, but after that, I would pass things over to Mr. Todd Taylor to resume whatever presentation on behalf of his own protest he may have.
Are you representing Mr. Todd Taylor?
I am not.
You're not, just Catherine Taylor.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Thank you.
And just to make a note, we do not have the room all evening, so if everyone can keep it as expeditious as possible, that would be great.
I intend on doing just that.
Thank you.
May I proceed?
Please.
So if I may interpose an objection at this point. As I understand it, that Mr. Phipps is being proffered as an expert witness, land use, zoning, and I don't really have any issues with his qualifications. This is a protest of a renewal hearing. The time period that is for the board's consideration is.
Mr. Bittner, if I could just, Mr. Fulton, what is Mr.
I was
Phipps
going to
being
get
presented?
to that, but by all means.
Let's hear what Mr. Phipps is being presented as, and then we'll hear an objection at that moment.
Our first witness will be Mr. David Phipps.
And he's being presented as an expert in?
I haven't gotten there yet, but if the board would like to know, he will be submitted at the board's discretion as an expert witness in land use and zoning and entitlements. I was going to dive into that proffer or questions for him immediately.
Please. And Mr. Bittner, you can object after he's, I guess.
Again, I'm not trying to be obtuse, I'm trying to move things along. We don't dispute his qualifications, but we're here about what happened at this establishment between May the 1st of 2024 and April the 20th of 2025. And as I understand where his testimony goes, it doesn't go to any of that time period. So he may be an expert, he may be eminently qualified, but what I understand his testimony to be is not relevant to these proceedings.
There was a motion with regards to zoning, Mr. Fulton, and it was ruled on already. We're going to let you bring Mr. Phipps in, but I'm going to withhold any judgment on the objection until after he's presented his testimony, okay?
I appreciate that. I mean, zoning's a complicated issue, and it's something I think that the board should be considering. There are certainly matters within the pertinent time period that relate to zoning that I anticipate my expert witness testifying to. If the board would feel reserved in ruling on whatever objections when the time comes, that's all I ask.
Thank you.
And again, so I'm clear.
He hasn't even started testifying.
I know, but I thought the board had already ruled that zoning issues previous to the last hearing were not relevant.
We haven't ruled with regards to the last hearing in any capacity. What we had was a motion prior to this hearing, and that was ruled on. We're going to have Mr. Phipps testify, and then we'll decide whether the testimony is relevant or not to this hearing.
And if I may add something to this.
No, Mr. Taylor. Mr. Fulton.
Thank you. Mr. Phipps, can you give your name and address to the board?
David Phipps.
And in the spirit of expediency, can you briefly explain your occupation for this Board of Commissioners?
Yes, I'm a specialized land use professional with a particular expertise in zoning analysis, land planning, environmental compliance, and stewardship. I've been before the administrative hearing officer many, many times. I've been before the Board of Appeals many times. A small number of times I've been before the Liquor Board when it comes to zoning for Buddy River Grill, and a few years back it was for yesteryears in the 90s. And all of my testimony specifically relates to zoning and entitlements and how important these are given the facts and circumstances with certain building permits that have been filed, not issued, some safety issues and concerns that I have as a professional. And I think that the board should hear them.
So is it true, Mr. Phipps, you've been qualified as an expert in land use and or zoning before our county's Board of Appeals, administrative hearing officer, and at least in one respect, this liquor board?
Yes, sir.
Can you identify this document I'm showing you for the record?
It's my professional resume.
I would move that Mr. Phipps's CV, his resume, be admitted to the record.
So admitted.
I do. I've got a handful. If there are too many, feel free to send them back. For expediency, again, Mr. Chairman, Council, I would ask that Mr. Phipps be recognized as an expert in land use and zoning and related entitlements.
So recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Phipps, are you familiar with the tavern located at 546 Center Street in Pasadena, Maryland, known as the Magathy Inn?
Yes.
And have you had occasion to review the permits, licenses, and zoning approvals obtained by the Magathy Inn for operation of their tavern at the subject property?
Yes.
Does the Magathy Inn operate pursuant to a valid non-conforming use approval?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a document which I will have marked as Exhibit 2. Can you tell me what document it is we are looking at here?
Yes, this is the original administrative decision for the original filing of NC 4280, which was approved, among other things, for a non-conforming use, and it met the standards for non-conforming use. And as part of the use, recognized that in the future there was a 30% maximum expansion component to the non-conforming use.
Hold on 1 second, Dave.
Okay.
I'm going to wait for the
Yeah,
board
give
to-
us a second,
Okay.
but you did say 30%?
30%. is the maximum permitted under a non-conforming use, and they do have a legal non-conforming use.
Give us 1 second, catch up. Did you hear what he said? 30%?
I plan on covering that.
For the record, submitting objection on the admission of number 2. It's beyond the scope of the period in question, and to the testimony of Mr. Phipps explaining the document. Documents, if it's admitted, it speaks for itself. If it's not admitted, he can't speak for it.
May I respond on the first point,
Please.
Counsel? Just because there's going to be a number of documents that I foresee similar objections coming before this board. Licensed establishments must observe zoning laws. Many of the documents we are going to identify, and there aren't many, I have 9 exhibits, we're already through 3. Many of the documents are documents which quite literally are the Magathy Inn's zoning approval. And so they are the documents which detail the conditions of their zoning approval. Whether or not they are adhering to the conditions which make up their zoning approval during the pertinent license period is as relevant can be as to whether or not a licensed establishment is following any applicable local and state law. That is the only point we're trying to make. Again, this is just, and I suspect my expert witness will testify to it, this is literally the original non-conforming use for the Magathy Inn. It describes a number of conditions, and patently on its face, it provides the zoning approval for this non-conforming tavern, which we recognize. It serves as the law itself. And Mr. Bittner is right. It speaks for itself. But if we can't walk through what's in there and talk about what's in there, then we can just sit here and silently read it. I think we'd be better served if we touched on the pertinent, relevant portions of these approvals. That's the only reason we're offering to this board.
We admit the document, and it's going to go to its weight. Please continue, Mr. Fulton.
Thank you, Mr. Counsel. Now, Mr. Phipps, can you tell me what exactly is approved under the non-conforming use approval?
Yes, it may take me just
Jackson,
a minute.
I'll scratch that. Does the non-conforming use approval delineate a specific amount of square feet approved for the operation of a non-conforming tavern at the Magathy Inn?
Yes.
Can you tell the board when this original non-conforming use approval was granted?
I'm sure the date is written on the opinion.
Just the year.
1980.
Okay. And since 1980, has the Magathy Inn's non-conforming use approval changed in any way since it was first granted in 1980?
This document stands for itself. It hasn't changed at all.
Right, but the non-conforming use approval that the Magathy Inn maintains, has it been changed by special exception?
There's been 2 special exceptions that we go into now. Well, to make a long story short, there was a first special exception that granted 600 square feet of additional floor area.
Let me stop you there. Do I understand it that after getting their original non-conforming use approval, they went back to the Board of Appeals for a special exception to expand the permitted floor area at the tavern?
They did it as a special exception under the requirements of the special exception for a hearing, and they were successful in getting the approval for the amount of square footage mentioned.
How many square feet was that original?
I believe the first one was 600. I'm certain it's 600.
Now, was there a point in time when the Magathy Inn returned to the Board of Appeals or whatever administrative agency at Anne Arundel County for a second special exception concerning an expansion of the non-conforming use?
Yes.
And is that document contained in the exhibit that was just admitted to the Liquor Board?
I believe so. I didn't
I'll
actually see the exhibit.
I'll direct your attention
Okay.
to this page right here.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the answer. I believe I didn't.
I'll repeat it.
His answer. I believe, but I didn't.
Mr. Phipps, can you please re-answer the question when you have a moment?
Okay.
Is that second special exception approval contained in the exhibit just offered and admitted
Yes.
to the Liquor Board?
Sorry, I didn't see it on the last page. I thought it was a separate document.
We're not going to dive into it. Mr. Phipps, are you familiar with any building permit application at the Magathy Inn for a carport and a handicap restroom at the tavern?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a document which has been marked as Exhibit 3.
Same objections to
So noted.
Just so I'm clear, the administrative decisions from 1980 and document number 3 is from 1999.
That's correct. Exhibit number 2 contained 2 non-conforming use approvals, the 1980 approval and then the second special exception approval. They're both in that Exhibit 2 packet. And I'll just clear this up with the board. It's the way they were submitted to you all 5 days in advance. I wish it were different, but that Exhibit 2 has 2 approvals in there. I may be referring to one of them, but I'll do my best to tell you which one I'm talking about. And before I do, I'll identify they are in Exhibit 2.
Second one is 647.
Correct, and we'll get to that. Now, Dave, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 3. Can you tell me what we're looking at here?
It is a permit application for a carport to an existing tavern, and on another sheet.
Hold on one
which is
second.
Dimensions.
Can you tell me the permit number for this permit?
Yes, that permit number is the B02145635
And when was this permit applied for?
on 10/27/1999.
And can you explain to the board what its status is now?
The permit has been canceled. It was never approved. There was only comments generated. The comments were never answered for lack of response. The county terminated the permit, or never approved the
Objected,
permit.
hearsay.
They never approved it.
Submit.
It's not hearsay because it
Hold-
says
hold
right
on,
here on
hold
the
on.
application that was approved that the permit has been
Mr.
canceled.
Phipps?
Hold on.
It's canceled.
Mr. Phipps?
Yep.
Please strike your testimony and have me out of the room if you can.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Mr. Bittner, you're objecting to the hearsay nature of
His
the
testimony, the document speaks for itself.
I agree the document speaks for itself. Mr. Bowles?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Phipps, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 4. Can you identify for the board what we are looking at here at Exhibit 4?
This is a record from the Land Use Navigator in regard to the permit that was with the permit number B02145635, and it has a record status reading canceled.
And what does that mean? If you go on, and let me take a second. What is Land Use Navigator for the board's
It is a
information?
Same
system.
objection for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Bittner. Please continue, Mr. Phipps.
What is Land Use Navigator?
The Land Use Navigator is a system that organizes all of the county's permit systems electronically so that it can be researched publicly and it can serve as a permanent record of what's been approved and not approved.
And do you navigate, for lack of a better term, the Land Use Navigator in your line of work regularly?
Every day.
Okay. And when you see a record status identified as canceled, what does that mean about that permit that was at one point applied for?
Never approved.
Okay. And when a permit is not approved, I believe you've referred to it as finaled. What does that mean?
In order for a permit to be approved, it is required to have certain trade inspections, whether it's electric, insulation, framing, close-in, whatever is applied for in the permit has certain trade inspections. When all those trade inspections are completed, there's what's called a final close-in inspection, and where the building inspector comes out and verifies the final structure has been built according to what was approved zoning-wise and what is approved by the building permit, and they'll issue a final inspection approval, and an occupancy will be granted at that time, and that will be part of the record entitlement.
Did any of these things happen for this permit that was submitted for a carport and handicap restroom at the Magothy Inn?
No.
Was that carport ultimately constructed?
Yes.
So is it safe to conclude that that final constructed carport never received the inspections you just referred to?
Objection.
He's an expert witness in land use and zoning and entitlements. This is his job.
You're asking him about records that he has no personal knowledge about what happened after May of 2023, which is the date of exhibit number 4. So
I'm going to
there's no-
sustain the objection to the extent that Mr. Phipps is allowed to answer to his knowledge,
Let me ask you.
as opposed to, he is not a zoning inspector, not a member of the zoning and planning board, not an employee of the county with regards to zoning.
Understood. Mr. Phipps, have you ever seen any record on Land Use Navigator or in response to any other requests to Anne Arundel County evidencing that any of the inspections you just referred to ever took place?
Objection, the question's overbroad. We're speaking about the magazine, not ever seeing.
Please answer the question, Mr. Phipps.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure.
Overrule the objection.
Have you ever seen any record on Land Use Navigator or in response to an inquiry to the county evidencing that those inspections you just referred to ever took place at the Magathie Inn for this carport permit?
No, and if they were, there would be a record in this document showing that they were done and approved. There's no record in here.
And again, that carport has been constructed, is that true?
Yes,
What's that carport currently being used for?
outdoor seating.
Have you been to the Magathie Inn personally?
Yes,
Have you seen where that carport was envisioned and originally constructed?
yes,
And is it being used to store a car?
no,
What is it being used for?
outdoor seating.
Now, I believe it was your testimony earlier that the Magathie Inn possesses an original nonconforming use and 2 subsequent expansions of that nonconforming use. Is that right?
Yes,
Were either of those expansions to the Magathie Inn's nonconforming use for a carport?
no,
Mr. Phipps, I'm going to direct your attention now to a separate permit. Are you familiar with any building permit application at the Magathie Inn for construction of a 12 by 20 storage room at the tavern?
yes.
I'm going to show you an exhibit that's been marked as, and for the record, I'm going to pause. Mr. Hurdle, I would move to admit, yes, it's exhibits 2, 3, and 4. 2 was the administrative decisions. 3 was the first building permit application. 4 was the printout from Land Use Navigator for that same permit.
So admitted.
Thank you.
Over my previously made objections for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Bittner.
Mr. Phipps, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 5. Mr. Phipps, can you tell me what is represented in the document marked as Exhibit 5?
A 12 by 20 addition for equipment storage.
Is this a permit application?
Yes, sir.
And can you identify the permit number for me?
B02182833.
And can you tell the board when this permit was originally applied for?
Yes,
When was it applied for?
9/17/2002.
And are you able to tell me what this permit's status is now?
Yes,
1 second, I'm going to show you a document that has been marked as Exhibit 6. Now, Mr. Phipps, I'll ask again, can you describe to the board what this permit's status is?
canceled.
And is that reflected on Exhibit 6?
Yes,
And this is a permit that was originally applied for the construction of a 12 by 10 storage room, is that right?
correct.
And now, have you ever seen any document from the county, either on Land Use Navigator or in response to any inquiry made to the county, reflecting any inspections, final inspections, or as you refer to them, trade inspections concerning this permit for this 12 by 20 storage room?
There is none, and if there would be some, it would be included in this report as documented, and they're not present.
Now, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked about the first permit, and that is this permit, is this 12 by 20 storage room evidenced in any of the Magathian's non-conforming use approvals or expansions thereof?
No.
How large is a 12 by 20 storage room?
Up to 240 square feet.
And just to be sure, neither the original non-conforming use application or either of the subsequent special exception expansions thereof contemplate a 240 square foot storage room, is that right?
No.
And do you have any idea what this storage room is being used for now?
Seating.
Mr. Phipps, have you been out to the rear yard, if you will, of the Magathian?
Yes.
And what is out there?
A deck.
And do you have any idea how large this deck is?
It's pretty significant. I could find it.
If you had to...
It'll take me a minute, but I have a site plan that I can find and tell you the size of the deck.
When you were on the deck, Dave, was the tavern serving alcohol on the deck?
Yes.
Okay. Did the Magathie Inn obtain a permit to construct that deck?
No.
Has that deck, to the best of your knowledge, been inspected in any way, shape, or form?
No.
Have you searched Land Use Navigator for anything related to that deck?
Yes.
In your research, in your inquiries into the validity by way of building permits for that deck, did you find anything at all?
I found nothing. The dimensions are 21 by 35.5, give or take, margin of error of about a foot.
And I should have asked this earlier, but is the Magathie Inn located in the critical area?
Yes.
Does construction of a deck implicate any sort of critical area review or compliance with critical area requirements?
Yes.
Did you see any application for approval under the county's critical area laws with respect to this outdoor deck?
No.
Did you see any approval with respect to any critical area laws or codes with respect to the Magathie Inn's outdoor deck?
No.
In your opinion, is it safe to seat patrons drinking alcohol on an unimproved, uninspected outdoor deck?
Objection, this is beyond his expertise.
Sustained.
No. We referenced one of two expansions, or expansion approvals, rather, of the Magathie Inn's 1980 non-conforming use. Isn't that right? In other words, didn't the Magathie Inn obtain at some point a special exception to expand the tavern with a 647 square foot storage space?
Yes.
And that approval is contained in Exhibit 2, I believe. Is that right?
It should be, yes. Yeah.
And can you identify for the board exactly how many square feet were approved in that second special exception?
647 square feet.
And was that the original amount of additional floor space that the tavern was seeking?
No, the original was 880 square feet.
Why did they have to scratch that? Why were they only approved for 647 square feet?
Because
Objection.
Mr. Phipps, do you have personal knowledge as to why they were reduced from
Yes.
800?
It says in the report that has to do with the special exception, it was reduced from 880 square feet because the tavern had already reached its 30% maximum expansion capacity.
Objections overruled, Mr. Bittner. Thank you, Mr. Phipps.
Mr. Phipps, are you able to tell the board what the legal capacity of the tavern was at the time of this second special exception? And actually, you know what? Scratch that. Before I do, can you provide the year in which this second special exception for the Magathie Inn was approved?
November 5th, 1992.
Thank you. And so in November of 1992, can you inform the board what the legal capacity of the tavern was at the time in which they sought and received approval for this, what wound up being 647 square foot expansion?
Yes.
What was the legal capacity of the tavern?
On page 2, paragraph 1, line 3, the proposed expansion will not increase the capacity of the establishment, which is now limited to 60 customers.
And have you researched or have you scanned, scratch that, Have you ever seen a document that authorizes or otherwise approves capacity above 60 at the Magathie Inn?
No.
Where have you looked?
I've looked in every single document that was available for public acquisition. I filed for Freedom of Information Acts. I filed every record that I believe that Anne Arundel County has, I have a copy of.
Are you familiar with the conditions of the Board of Appeals order in this 1992 special exception?
There were several conditions. I have to look at them specifically. I have them underlined in my copy.
Well, isn't it true that in 1992, the special exception approved and ordered, approved by the Board of Appeals rather, ordered the tavern to, and I quote, immediately remove all advertising signs on the property and along the building's facade?
That's correct.
And to date, does the Magathie Inn post alcohol advertisements on the front and side facades of their tavern?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a document that I'm going to mark as 7. Excuse me, this one doesn't have the sticker, so you're just going to have to bear with me. Dave, can you tell me what is shown in the image on what has been marked as exhibit number 7?
Advertisement for some liquor.
Well, what, are we looking at a particular establishment here?
The Magathie Inn.
And is that the Magathie Inn that's the subject of these proceedings?
Yes.
And is this what the Magathie Inn looked like if and when you have ever visited the Magathie Inn?
Yes.
And do you see any alcoholic beverage advertisements on the facade of that structure?
Yes.
And isn't it true that in 1992, the special exception ordered the Magathie Inn to submit and garner approval of a landscaping plan that, and I quote, shields the tavern from Center Drive, as well as the proposed addition from the adjoining neighbor to the east?
Yes.
Does this 1992 special exception go on to require that such buffer, and I quote, incorporate evergreen trees no less than 4 feet high?
Yes.
In all of your review of the zoning and land use approvals maintained by the Magathie Inn, have you ever seen a landscaping plan?
No.
Much one less submitted to the Office of Planning and Zoning?
No.
Are you aware if the Magathie Inn ever actually planted any evergreen trees or any other barricade between Center Street and the adjacent neighbor from the facade of the building?
Yes, there was no trees planted.
Referring to the photo shown on Exhibit 7, do you have any idea where this photo was taken from, just proximity-wise?
Probably 50 feet from the towers of that Center Street.
On Center Street?
Correct.
And so would it appear that they're in compliance with improving the property in any way, shape, or form that, and I quote, shields the tavern from Center Drive?
There is no shield.
Did they take any measures to shield their neighboring properties from the tavern by way of planting any evergreen trees?
No.
And you've been to the Magathie, have you not?
Yes.
Now, the liquor license at the Magathie Inn was transferred to PCF Incorporated back in 1988, is that right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a document which I'll mark as Exhibit 8. Do you recognize this document, Dave?
Yes.
And can you tell me what restrictions this Board of License Commissioners installed for this license at the time of transfer?
It requires them to install a privacy fence, provide lighting, and remove sewerage problem.
Now, are you familiar with the status of sewer
Yes.
at the Magathie Inn?
Yes.
Can you explain what conclusions you've found about its state of septic?
Objection is basis of
Explain what documents he's came into possession of.
Overruled for the moment, Mr. Bittner.
Yes, I reviewed a document under the request for Health Department records from Anne Arundel County and was submitted a document with a certain perk application. I can give you that number. Bear with me a second. The perk application number is T02004190, and specifically, it is ultimately, Mr. Pesh applied for a total floor area of 3,030 square feet as part of his application, and he was ultimately approved several years later on I believe it's 3/2/92, a square footage of 3,000 maximum square feet of septic capacity.
Does this restaurant rely on a septic system?
Yes, and there was a condition and a special exception that also stated that they had public water and sewer, and that is not correct. They do not have public water and sewer. But the special exception stated that it did.
When you visit the property, do you see any privacy fence erected in compliance with the requirements from that 1988 letter?
No.
And are you familiar with whether or not the liquor board has imposed any restrictions on the Magathian's liquor license?
I am not familiar with that particular exact document. Or I can't remember exactly what it says, but I'm sure I reviewed it, but there's a lot of documents, and
sure,
I don't know the exact language of that document. I know a lot of the language, but I just don't specifically remember that one at this time right now.
Board's indulgence. Just
Sorry.
Okay. Got just one more exhibit for you, Dave. Dave, have you reduced your conclusions to a written document?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 10. 9? Pardon me. We'll call this Exhibit 9. You recognize... Give me one moment. Just one sheet. Dave, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Does this document accurately reflect just a portion of the conclusions that you have represented to the board this evening?
Yes.
Just a few more questions for you, Mr. Phipps. Have you ever come across a certificate of occupancy for the Magathian?
No.
Why do you think that is?
Because there was never any closed permits with building inspections.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Is this document, has this been introduced in?
No, I would move that Exhibit 9 be introduced. I would also move that, I suppose it's Exhibit 5, 6, 7, and 8 also be accepted.
Everything.
Just an objection, just so the record's clear, we object to the admissibility of those documents is outside the scope of this hearing and on the foundation, as well as the foundational issues we previously submitted.
We will allow them, and they'll go to their weight.
Could you repeat that?
They're admitted.
Thank you.
Mr. Fulton, do you have any more questions for Mr. Phipps?
No, not for Mr. Phipps.
Mr.
I'll turn things
Bittner?
over to Mr. Bittner.
Mr. Phipps, currently existing at the establishment is a valid non-conforming use permit, correct?
Correct.
valid capacity sign existing at the premises, correct?
I'm not certain what you're referring to.
That there's a valid capacity sign in existence for the Magathy Inn at 546 Center Street, Pasadena, Maryland, 21122, correct?
No,
No?
no.
There's no capacity sign.
There is a fire marshal's capacity, what you're referring to. That is the maximum allowed capacity. That doesn't mean you can have that much capacity.
So they have a valid capacity sign issued by the fire marshal.
You still don't have an occupancy permit from
That's
Anne
not my
Arundel County.
question. If they have a valid
That
capacity
is
sign.
not,
Mr. Phipps, the question, Mr. Bittner, could you repeat the question?
That there exists currently a valid capacity sign issued by the fire marshal for this location. Yes or no?
no.
That's your testimony.
That's the maximum capacity.
You're aware there's a valid health department license existing at the premises, correct?
Yes.
Your complaints of non-compliance stem back to 1993 and 1999. Is that 1992 and 1993? Is that correct?
Yeah, I have to, can you hand me that document again? Sure. Misplaced it. It's in front of me, sorry.
Which one?
The one that he's referring to, just want to.
I'm not sure he's referring to.
I just had it in front of me, so. No, what was, is this one? What was the document? Can you give me a copy of the one you're referring to?
I'm referring to your testimony that there were special exceptions issued in 1992 and 1993 that, according to your testimony, have not been complied with.
Correct.
You've referenced exhibit number 7, a picture of the establishment from 2023, correct?
Correct.
Made reference of non-compliance with the buffer and landscaping plan from 1992, correct?
Correct.
Made reference, exhibit number 8, to restrictions imposed by the Board of Licensed Commissioners for Anne Arundel County from October 25th of 1988. Is that right?
That is correct.
You understand that we're here for a renewal hearing for the renewal year 25-26. You aware of that?
Yes.
I believe you just mentioned that there are many records and you haven't covered all of them. You haven't reviewed all of them. Is that right?
I believe I've ruled, I couldn't remember what a specific document said, but if pushed to task, I believe I have every single document publicly available for that restaurant. I can go through them one by one if you like.
Right, so Exhibit 9 that's been admitted was produced as a result of this litigation directed to Mr. Henry of Hyatt and Weber law firm here in Annapolis. Do you have that document in front of you?
Yes, sir.
You see in line 3, it mentions the records are extensive and require a more thorough examination.
Yes.
And I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Fulton, I have a couple of questions, if that's okay, just to clarify a couple of things, because there's been a lot of discussion about zoning, and it's just not my area of expertise. My apologies. Mr. Phipps, are there any active, unappealable zoning violations at the location currently? Issued by the county, that is, as opposed to, I understand your opinion is there are violations.
There is one open enforcement case that is Z20230754.
Is that a violation, or is that like an order to make repairs that hasn't come to a violation yet?
I'll have to go through my records and see what is publicly available on that item number, and I will do that.
Well, unless that can be linked up and we need to strike that. There's no foundation of what you said about an open case.
Well, the importance of the matter is, if they've never gotten a building permit.
No,
they
Mr.
don't-
Swift, that's not responsive to your question.
Questions
I'm
pending,
sorry.
my apologies. And I apologize, Mr. Phipps, I'm just trying to find out if there's an active, unappealable violation at the location.
If I may, Counselor, are you referring to whether or not the county is
Has the county
instituted-
issued a violation that is unappealable and currently in place at this location?
I don't know. All I have is a record that there is an open.
Are there any
enforcement case.
active, unappealable stop work orders at this location?
Not that I could find.
And your testimony indicates that it sounds like, and again, I'm not in a position to make the determination, that there's been work without a permit,
Significant work.
but you're not the county and I am not either. I just want to verify, but there's no active violations for said work.
That is-
Correct.
As far as I can see, that's correct.
Are there any active violations issued by, my apologies, I'm not from Anne Arundel County, the sewerage department, is that the health department, or is that like a DPW?
That would be the health department, but it's
Are there any active violations with regards to sewerage?
not that I could find.
Are there any active capacity or fire violations due to said capacity issues? You believe that they're operating over capacity. Are there any violations with regards to that?
The reason why I'm pausing, I believe that it is a violation of the fire code not to have approved permits for permits or construction that have not been properly inspected by Anne Arundel County, inspection and permits, and they've never had any inspections. They never had any framing inspection, never a closing inspections, no electrical inspections. So,
Mr. Phipps, I don't doubt.
so
Objection,
I'm
move to strike
saying
what
that
he
it's not
believes,
legal
for the record.
it's not legal, the document is not legal that you're requesting unless,
Objection, he can't make a conclusion on what a document is legal.
Mr. Phipps has been admitted as an expert. He's allowed to make legal
Yeah,
conclusions.
I'm-
My concern here is, this is the liquor board. We are not the zoning board. What it sounds like we're being asked to do is to determine whether a zoning violation has occurred.
Well-
When we're not the proper party to hear that, we're not the proper party to have it appealed from, and we're not the proper party to make such a determination, whether it's sewerage or fire or
well, the
zoning.
important thing, you have a duty to protect the public. And-
Absolutely.
And if you have a duty to protect the public, and there's been
Objection, this is
significant
a speech,
construction
this isn't
there.
an answer and a
if there's been
Mr. Bittner, I'm
significant-
going to overrule you for a
if
moment.
there's been
Mr.
significant-
Phipps, I don't disagree that there is a likelihood that an inspector needs to go out there and verify whether work without a permit has occurred, which is a violation that licensees are regularly brought before the board on. But it's not a zoning violation that we are going to hear today.
What is very important, what I haven't gotten to yet, is right now that we have a lot of snow. We have a significant amount of snow, and there is a outdoor coverage structure that I am certain does not meet the building code. There's not proper ledger bolts. The span are too great in the structure, and they are unsafe. So whatever methodology, that needs to be in the record, because that needs to be inspected or not used.
And we will certainly convey that to zoning or planning or whoever does those inspections. But our inspectors, as you heard tonight from various testimony, are great at finding liquor from the wrong supplier. And we're apparently great at finding when there's underage service. But my inspectors are not trained on the structural integrity of a shed or a deck or a porch or a covering.
However,
whether it's a grade 8 bolt or not, that's
in
not
my,
our purview.
my professional opinion, and doing cases similar to this, it has rested that those approvals are invalidated if they weren't properly inspected. And I know for certain that there's been other establishments, when this has happened before, they were ordered to go back and get the building permits before they were allowed to operate in continuance.
Absolutely. We've had hearings on many occasions for places that have done work without a permit.
But what you're
when our inspectors have gone out there and found said work without a permit, we're not here for that
But what
violation
you're
today.
effectively saying is because the person at Anne Arundel County, the zoning enforcement person that said that hasn't been declared that there's a problem doesn't mean there's a problem, and it doesn't stop the liquor board's duty to protect the public from that problem.
That's absolutely not what I'm saying, Mr. Phipps. I'm not saying that there isn't a problem. I'm not saying the structure is sound in any way. I'm not saying it isn't a danger. I'm not saying the work was done with or without a permit. But I'm saying that this is the liquor board.
And I'm saying that structure is
And I'm saying
dangerous.
that someone from zoning will likely be out there to inspect, and if they report back that work was done without a permit, or that the structure is unsafe, then the liquor board would take action at that time. But that determination, the factual determination that you're indicating, there's a right to appeal that the licensee or that occupant would have, and we're not going to take that away from them. They would have to come before us, and someone from the health department, fire department, building department would come in and indicate that there was a violation, and they would have a right to respond. We're not going to take that right away. They have a right to due process at this hearing, regardless.
I understand that. And I respect
And I
that.
do appreciate your input. It isn't falling on deaf ears,
Yeah,
but this isn't the zoning department.
And the last thing that's important to confirm is that certificate, for the number of capacity it was referring to, it says it's the maximum capacity. It doesn't mean it's the approved zoning capacity. So that doesn't grant them the authority to have that many seats in there if they don't have the zoning and building permit approvals to substantiate those seats.
And Mr. Phipps, again, I'm not making a determination as to their seating capacity. That's.
Yeah, I'm just making you aware of the facts, not anything else.
Can I streamline one thing?
Yes.
Mr. Harlow, your points are well taken, and where
Thank
the
you.
board will start and stop in terms of
Thank you.
enforcement of what is purportedly another department's responsibility. I understand that. The purpose of much of my line of questioning with Mr. Phipps here really revolved around Rule 418, which is not the zoning mechanism in our board's rules and regulations. I think what Mr. Phipps is getting at is it's just alteration without a permit. Without any mention of the word zoning, no licensee may make any installation or alteration on the licensed premises until a permit therefore has been obtained from the Bureau of Building of Anne Arundel County. It doesn't say they have to meet all zoning compliance, which obviously we proffer they do not. But separate and aside from whatever zoning enforcement needs to be done, Mr. Phipps has testified as to whether or not he found a permit. They're free to offer a case as to whether or not the permits we say don't exist do exist. But that doesn't get beyond the fact that this board's rules and regulations simply say alterations require a permit.
And that is
Hold on, Dave. No reference to zoning. Very simple.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Fulton. I
That's
can't
where-
speak for the commissioners, but they get a vote as to whether the renewal
Sure.
occurs and whether there'll be increased
And in
potential
this fact,
sanctions with regards to the issue of 418, or it could be a separate hearing brought up in the future.
Understood. Just wanted to clarify, there are two channels here. There is a zoning component, but there's also just a very basic alterations require permits. And that was essentially the rule we were honing in on with the testimony.
Mr. Phipps, there's no question pending. Mr. But did you have any other questions for Mr. Phipps?
I just want to clarify that these alterations that were allegedly made without a permit stem from 1992 and 1993, is that right? Phipps?
That is correct.
May I have brief redirect?
Very brief, please.
Mr. Phipps, if there is an alteration that is made in 1992 or 1993, and no permit is ultimately ever obtained for that alteration, does that mean that it is now with a permit here in the year 2025? Or does that lack of permit remain for every day that this establishment operates without that required permit?
There is no grandfathering clause with respect to inspections.
In other words, is your requirement to get a permit for alterations for one reason or other, relieved if you get a whole year without obtaining one?
No. It actually invalidates their occupancy permit, their certificate of occupancy, their liquor license, and I've been part of projects that unfortunately were told to shut down until they had permits. I'm not saying nobody wants that to happen. No one's here to shut him down. I'm just here to tell you that there is a public safety issue and this property needs to be compliant with law.
We're hearing you, Mr. Phipps. Thank you. Does the board have any questions for Mr. Phipps?
There was an original C of O, was there not?
There was not. There was a CNO for the original structure.
That's what I'm asking you.
But I'm telling you, that original structure was only the kitchen, the upper bar and a much smaller lower area. It has been expanded well beyond their 30%. And that 30% expansion on roughly 4,200 square feet is significant. None of that area, bathrooms, I mean, it could be ungrounded electrical outlets in the
Okay,
bathroom for
okay.
all we know.
Thank you, Mr.
Hold
Phipps.
what you got. That's what I wanted to know. You answered the question. There was an original C of O, but yet when it came to additions or whatever, there was not any that we have
Yeah,
a record of.
just for the
Have
record.
you-
Mr.
have
Phipps,
you-
there's no. Mr. Phipps.
Has anybody, or I'll
Oh, I mean,
address this to you, counsel.
But the important thing is.
Do you know
Mr.
what they
Phipps.
please?
Okay, I'm so sorry.
Just put the
I
paper down,
apologize.
wait for the question.
Sorry, sir.
Okay, I'm curious as to whether anybody has contacted inspections and permits and asked them if there was any, an inspection or anything that would, did anybody complain about the fact that there were these, we'll call it, canceled or status canceled, inspections, but yet these were built? In other words, we know for a fact that inspections and permits every day gets calls and complaints from people, the public, stating my neighbor's building this, or the guy down the street's building that. And they investigate that. Do we have any record that shows that this occurred?
I can ask Mr. Phipps that. I'll remind the board, this is just my expert witness. My client is Catherine Taylor, and I may have questions for her. I suspect Mr. Taylor might have questions for her. Mr. Taylor might be the one to ask that particular question too. But Mr. Phipps, are you aware of any complaints from your own personal knowledge to INP related to the permits that we've discussed here this evening?
I know there's been a lot of complaints to the veracity and to exactly what has been complained. There's no open enforcement or
That's what I'm
complaint that I
asking.
know of.
Thank you.
And you asked me the other question I'd like to answer. You asked me, was there ever a certificate of occupancy that was issued? And there was one March 31, 1964.
Thank you.
And that was for the
That's what I
original
wanted.
structure.
Just wanted to make sure that I understood that the C of Os you're talking about, the certificate of occupancies, are not the original, but those on applications and so forth afterwards. I just wanted to know if there was an original certificate of
For
occupancy.
the original structure.
And that's what I wanted to know, and you answered it. Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions? Any questions? Do you have another witness? Mr.
I've got one more witness.
Excuse me, I'd like to just ask Mr. Phipps a couple of questions.
Please.
Okay. Mr. Phipps, now you mentioned that there was 92 expansion conditions. Was one of those to build a privacy stockade fence on the west property line?
Mr. Taylor, this is a question that's been asked and answered already.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Okay, let me ask you this question then, please. So, is there a distinction between zoning conformance or being in zoning conformance versus a zoning violation? The relevance is that
Overruled, Mr. Taylor.
Okay,
The
sorry.
question's going to stand. Mr. Phipps, do you have an answer to the question?
Repeat the question again, just want to make sure I understand it.
Sure, I was asking you, is there a difference between a premises being in zoning conformance versus a premises being, or potentially being out of zoning conformance but not having violations?
It is a duty to the owner of the establishment to make sure the property is compliant with all regulations. And the county has somewhat of an obligation to investigate complaints, and however many times they're overworked, they're overbusy, and they don't do it. But that doesn't mean that there's ever a blessing that it's okay.
Thank you,
That's
Mr.
your question.
Any other questions, Mr. Taylor?
No, that'll do.
Mr. Fulton?
I've got no cross-examination.
Did you have any other witnesses?
No, just Ms. Taylor, briefly.
Please. Thank you, Mr.
And I don't
Phipps, for
have
your
any
testimony.
questions in light of those questions.
Thank you, Mr. Britton.
Just for the board's wherewithal, I anticipate Mr. Taylor having questions for Ms. Taylor. It's not my intent to duplicate anything here. I will be extraordinarily brief with Ms. Taylor. And then I'll leave it up to the other parties as to whether or not they want to.
Thank you.
Sure. Is it potentially, is it muted?
If the red light's on, it should be on.
Scoot over.
Catherine, can you state your name and address for the record?
Sure. First name Catherine with a C, last name D with Taylor at 550 Center Street in Pasadena.
And in proximity to the Magathene, can you explain to the board where you reside?
We share the east property line of the bar, both 550 Center Street and 511 Riverside Drive.
Have you ever lodged or submitted any complaints to the Departments of Inspection and Permits regarding the Magathene?
I don't know that if I did to inspections and permits. I know I did to zoning, we did to zoning, but it was during COVID, and they essentially sort of declined to do things until COVID resolved, and some of the temporary COVID rules resolved.
And when you say zoning, do you mean the Department of Planning and Zoning?
Yes,
for Anne
yes,
Arundel
sir.
County?
Yes.
Did you hear the testimony from Mr. Phipps concerning certain landscaping shields, if you will, and requirements related thereto in existing special exception approvals for the Magathene?
Yes, sir, I did.
Are there any evergreen trees planted or otherwise erected at the Magathene's property that shields the tavern or any activity related to the tavern from your next door property? No. And to the best of your knowledge, is there any installed landscaping which might shield the tavern itself from Center Street?
There is not.
And are you familiar with whatever space there might exist between Center Street and the tavern itself?
Yes.
Can you explain to the board what's on that space? How is it currently used?
In November of 2021, it was asphalted and turned into a parking lot. Prior to that, it was basically lawn. So it became marked parking spaces, and it's within 30 feet of our master bedroom window now. Something like that.
Is it true that there's a small mulched path or portion, if you will,
Yeah, it's very small.
adjacent to that parking lot?
Yes, it's where his well is, so there's a little strip.
And just so the record is clear, is there anything planted in that little mulch area?
There's a few sort of trees that are tiny, what they get called trash trees. You know, they just kind of grow on their own. They're very small, and they're over by the fence.
Okay.
They're wispy.
Do they in any way, shape, or form shield one's view of the Magathene from Center Street?
No.
Do they in any way, shape, or form shield the Magathene from your property?
Not really, no. We built a privacy fence. It doesn't come all the way up to the street, but to the extent that there is any shielding, it was all of a privacy fence we installed, and there's not the landscaping in the two locations that were required.
Are you familiar with the wooden deck constructed in the rear of the Magathene?
Reasonably, yes.
Can you see it from your property?
If you get on a ladder and you're trimming your trash trees, yes.
Do you know whether or not it's in use by the Magathene?
It is. Well, this time of year, there's probably not a lot of people out on it. I don't know right now if it has snowcrete all over it or not. But yes, it is in use.
Move it along.
Sure. You know what? I'm going to reserve the balance of my testimony with Catherine. I'll end it there. If Mr. Bittner would like to cross-examine her.
I'm going to turn over to Mr. Taylor.
I know Mr. Taylor's got questions for her. I'm bound to do
You go Mr.
it,
Taylor
so-
first or Mr. Bittner? Did you want to go after Mr. Taylor or before Mr. Taylor?
I'm going to be clear on what it means. I'm reserving.
Excuse me.
the
I've got no
rest.
further questions. Sorry.
She's finished on direct.
From
By
Mr.
me.
Fulton. I guess Mr. Taylor would have a couple of questions. Mr. Taylor?
Okay, I'm sorry.
You know what, I ought to, just for procedural purposes, she is my witness. I'm kind of done asking her questions for purposes of time. I'm inclined to think Todd is cross-examining her, but I anticipate him wanting to ask her his own questions in his own case in chief, if you will. I don't want to stop him from being able to do that. So, Todd, if you'd prefer to just ask her your own questions in your own case, you can do that. Or I would ask Mr. Hurdle, are you okay with doing it that way? I don't want to complicate things. I just don't want him to feel compelled.
I think Ms. Taylor can bring in her evidence and Mr. Taylor can bring in his evidence, but I'm not sure his evidence should come in through Ms. Taylor. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
You're each separate protestants, so
Correct.
if you have information to bring in, Mr. Taylor will come in through you. If Ms. Taylor has information, it should come in from her.
But I'm also the lead protester, and I'm supposed to represent the protesting
Right,
group,
and you're not asking her questions.
I don't have
in that
any
capacity, right?
objection to him questioning her beyond the scope of direct examination.
So
Move this along.
Thank you. And again, I just want to verify, we don't want to have duplicative testimony to the degree that we can. We can avoid it.
Well, hold on, time out. You know, Mr. Taylor was representing himself, Mr. Tripp can't.
Mr. Bittner, I think I know where your objection is going, but I just want to be clear that on the same side, they're allowed to communicate. I think if you had co-counsel, the two of you would be discussing
They're
something.
not co-counsel.
They are.
It's not- Okay.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
I was trying to make this more seamless. I appear to have
Absolutely.
done the opposite. Todd, if you've
Mr.
got
Taylor, did you have any
questions,
questions with regards to the testimony given by Ms. Taylor?
just in response to my questions.
Mr. Bittner, did you have any questions for Ms. Taylor? Given the limited scope that she testified to.
In the limited scope that she's testified to, Ms. Taylor, you testified about the landscaping as it exists currently today, and there's no reported evergreen landscaping on the street. You remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
And that's the same condition that the property property with Magathie Inn at 546 Center Street, same condition it existed when you were last before the board on April the 16th, 2024 in the last protest hearing, correct? Nothing's changed. It relates to the buffer and the fence. Oh, thank you.
Nothing on redirect.
I guess our next witness, Mr. Taylor.
Okay, so, just make
It's
my
his
case? I'm sorry,
case.
just clarify. Well, like to go ahead and just ask Ms. Taylor some questions. So how long have you lived in your home?
So,
I don't know that this is necessarily relevant questions, and I think Ms. Taylor's testimony is, Mr. Taylor, you can explain that you and your wife have lived somewhere and that she's lived somewhere, and it's your turn to testify, Mr. Taylor.
Sorry, it's my turn to testify?
It's your turn to bring your case in chief.
I believe
Okay.
he's calling Catherine. As a
Yeah, I'm
witness.
sorry, I thought that I could just go right into it without me. So if it's now my
If you
turn
want to testify how long she's lived there, that's fine. We don't need her to testify how long that she's lived there.
Okay. So if it's my turn to present my case.
Please.
What I would like to first do is to address some of the motions. There are some motions that have not been resolved yet.
Sure.
Okay, so I'd like to jump over to the motion to require statutory notice. So I had requested that.
We ruled on that, Mr. Taylor.
I'm sorry, you.
That was ruled on.
Yes, and you said that you had provided it. And one of the requirements that you were supposed to have posted, which I have not been able to find, is the statutory notice requirement of the license application.
We filed the renewal application. It was posted online. That was the application we're hearing, is the renewal,
Okay,
not the original application from 1960, whenever. We heard the renewal application. The response to that motion speaks for itself, Mr. Taylor.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, but I asked for where that URL was for the renewal application, and I have not seen it. You did not respond to that, and I have not seen it in the hearing documents. The
It
only
was
thing that the
posted
hearing
online, Mr. Taylor.
I'm sorry. Okay, where is it posted online? Okay, in the hearing documents.
We'd be happy to provide you with the URL.
Well, yes, I'd just like to clarify, there's two documents in the hearing documents. One is the Magathian protest form, and the second one is the agenda. Those are the only two documents that I have seen in the hearing documents which relate to the Magathian at all. So what am I missing?
I'm not sure what you're missing, Mr. Taylor. The renewal was filed and was posted.
Well, okay, which one of those documents was the actual application? Yes, so that is the protest form, right? That is not a license. Right, so, okay, well, if that's the case, then I would like to respectfully object on the record that the board did not satisfy the statutory notice requirement for the reasons stated in my filing. Because I want to also just give you...
It's overruled, Mr. Taylor.
That's fine, I'm just preserving my...
Your objection is noted.
Okay, thank you. So then I'd just like to go on. Let me see here, what are the other motions I filed? Motion to require zoning conformance review. I filed a motion titled Motion to Require Zoning Conformance Review.
Mr. Taylor, that motion was also ruled on.
And I respectfully object on the record.
Mr. Taylor, you can disagree with my ruling, but the ruling has been made already.
I understand, I'm just objecting on the record.
To the ruling? You can appeal the ruling at some point, but your objection will be disregarded. I apologize.
Okay.
It's overruled.
I just feel comfortable just...
What you're
objecting on the
indicating
record.
is that if some place is non-conforming, therefore it would never be allowed to get past the protest stage. The ruling has been ruled. It's been ruled on.
Understood, I'm simply just preserving my...
Thank you, Mr.
objection.
Taylor.
Okay, then motion to redact Protestants residential street addresses.
That was
street
also
addresses,
ruled on.
And I respectfully, object on the record.
Thank you, Mr.
for the
Taylor.
reasons stated in my
Your
okay.
ruling is overruled. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to go ahead and just proceed asking Catherine questions since she is already here. Let me just see if I can switch back. So let me see here. Start off by asking you, using the liquor board's map tool, roughly how many liquor licenses are within 3 miles of the Magathian?
62.
During the COVID years of 2020 to 2022, what changed at the Magathian?
Well, it was COVID, so they moved outside.
Just for the record, I have to object to this line of questioning in terms of relevancy. We're here for what happened in May the 1st of 2024 to April the 30th of 2025.
I'm going to sustain the objection, Mr. Taylor.
Sorry?
I'm sustaining the objection.
Okay. Let me see here. So during the, let's see, so what big change occurred in the spring of 2023 and continued to be expanded through 2024?
Sustained.
Okay.
Mr. Taylor, we're here for the license year from 24 to 25.
Understood. So there was, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to filter through a lot of dates. I have a lot of exhibits here, so just bear with me 1 second.
Take your time, Mr. Taylor. We understand.
Yeah, apologies.
Take
Just
your
bear
time.
with me 1 second here. So am I allowed to at least address some sort of questions that serve as foundation that may have occurred in 2023 that would also have carried into 2024?
Objection, he's not permitted to ask questions to the board soliciting legal advice.
Mr. Taylor,
I would like to establish a foundation. That's what I'm looking to
Objection.
do.
thank you, Mr. Bittner. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. If there is a violation or some sort of issue or incident that you believe has continued in to 24, if there was a start date, certainly fine to have reference to the date prior, but I think we should focus on the license year from 24 to 25. If there were violations that occurred during that time or issues that you believe occurred during that time, talk to us about those issues.
It's right there. They're in order, so.
Objection.
Oh, these are the originals.
If he's representing himself and he's asking her questions, he's not her client, she is not his client, he's not even an attorney, and they're not allowed to corroborate and collaborate as they're doing at the trial table here. It's not permitted.
Mr. Bittner, I'm going to sustain your objection, but I do also want to just make reference that Mr. Taylor is a pro se party, and we're going to give him a little bit of leeway as opposed to someone who is a professional counsel. I have seen on any number of occasions for this board where a witness that you have hands you a document that you have in your stack and helps you find it. Mr. Taylor, if it would be easier, you can testify to these issues if you have personal knowledge as opposed to having questions with Ms. Taylor, if that's the easiest way to do this.
Sorry, the way these are organized is just really kind of messy. The exhibits that I'm going to provide the 4 copies of, they're kind of like interlaced, so I'm having to dig through it. That's the challenge here. That's why I was asking.
My concern, Mr. Taylor, is the fact that I think you can testify to these issues as opposed to having Ms. Taylor testify to these issues, because we don't need to have duplicative testimony. We can take note that both of you.
Yes, I will not be duplicating her testimony. That is correct.
Fine. Mr. Taylor, for the sake of efficiency, would it be helpful if you had a 5-minute recess?
Yes, that would be fantastic.
Just because I'm sure everyone might appreciate it, just to break while we have a
That would be
moment.
fantastic.
5 minutes.
Thank you.
9:30, we'll convene at 9:35. Reconvene. Okay, Mr. Taylor.
I think we're
Mr.
back on the
Hurdle?
record. Mr. Taylor?
Yeah,
Okay.
Need 4 copies, correct?
Yes, please.
This is our Exhibit 3. So let's see here. So you joined a conversation between myself and Mr. Page when he was in our yard, correct?
Correct.
And what did you hear say about war?
What was the, I'm sorry, Mr. Taylor, I do apologize, and I think that our reporter had mentioned it already. Just to speak a little bit louder, what was the question again?
Sure. Let me just move a little bit closer here.
Question was, what did he ask somebody, what did he hear somebody say?
No, yes. What did she hear someone say in that conversation while she was present in it?
What conversation?
The conversation between myself, I'm sorry, apologies. This is a conversation between myself and Mr. Page. I thought I had asked that in the previous question, so I thought it was clear who I was referring to.
Okay. Mr. Bittner, you had an objection?
I do. It's hearsay, and I know we're in an administrative proceeding, but he's asking her to testify to what she heard him say and somebody else say. He can testify to what he said, and what this unknown person is supposed to say, I don't know what its relevant is.
Party opponent.
Whose testimony are we talking about? Is it the licensee that you're gonna mention, Ms. Taylor?
I'm sorry, what is
Is
the
it the
question?
licensee's testimony or licensee what they said, or is it what Mr. Taylor said during this
It's
conversation?
what Mr. Taylor said about Mr. Page.
in front of Mr. Page with her present.
I'm not sure of the relevance of what Mr. Taylor said to Mr. Page about Mr. Page is relevant.
Well, I'm sorry, no, this is, just to clarify. So the conversation was that Mr. Page and I were having a
May I have a
conversation.
proper
and then she
exactly
joined
when was
into the
this? Was it in the
conversation.
time period in question at least?
This just predates the, it serves as foundation, but this is essentially where, this is maybe in the middle of 23.
What
This
are
is
you
the first
trying to
interaction.
show with the testimony?
I'm sorry?
Where are you going?
Well, I just want to establish the relationship, and you know, show like a pattern.
Is the relationship good or bad?
It is a bad relationship.
I think the board can, Mr. Bittner, do you have any issue with us taking note that the relationship between the neighbors is not good or bad, as it's been clarified?
Stipulate to that.
We're going to take notice that the relationship's bad.
Well, no, I understand that. I just wanted to give like very specifics about, you know, how this came to be and what the pattern is, because this speaks to a pattern of ongoing, you know, interactions between the parties.
Let's try to be quick with regards to where we're trying to go, which is that the relationship is bad, which we've taken note of.
Okay. Well, sure. So what did you hear said about war? What did I repeat about war?
I joined the conversation, and you said, Paul is here, says that he will give us war, if you want war.
What did Mr. Page say about the liquor board?
He said that the liquor board will never do anything to him because he makes them lots of money.
Did you offer to meet with him and a mediator?
Yes, repeatedly.
And did he agree?
No.
Objection and move to strike all of this testimony. It's
Yeah,
simply, it's not relevant. It's,
I would consider it to be settlement discussion as well. So I think that we're going to strike any testimony with regards to the mediator.
Okay.
Well, then, may I modify my answer, since I didn't realize I couldn't communicate the important part using that word?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Taylor, who's directing these questions. The goal is to show that there is some sort of ongoing significant neighbor dispute between the licensee and yourself and your wife. Is that correct?
Well, no. This is to show how the tavern's licensee and its staff treat surrounding neighbors. This is not about any sort of personal dispute.
Do you have any other neighbors to indicate that they have also a bad relationship?
Yes.
Why don't we get that testimony from them? We're going to take note that your relationship with the bar is bad.
Okay. And is there a reason why my testimony would necessarily get disqualified and someone else's would be?
Nothing's being disqualified,
doesn't get
Mr.
the
Taylor.
question. No, all due respect, doesn't get the question.
Mr. Taylor, your testimony is not being disqualified in any capacity. The board is taking note that the licensee has been abrasive, is what it sounds like, and bad, as the relationship is being described. Right now, the board needs to hear testimony as to why the license shouldn't be renewed. Because you don't get along with your neighbor, in whatever capacity, that's not going to rise to any occasion to the board not renewing it. Specific instances of violations of the board's rules, of local regulations, if they're running guns out of the back, these are things that the board may, in some capacity, take note of and therefore choose to renew or not renew the license. The fact that you don't get along with the neighbor, that in and of itself isn't an issue. If he's been setting your trees on fire, your trash cans on fire, that would be an instance as to why we would choose not to renew it. Again, the fact that there's a disagreement between adults is not ultimately going to be the issue here. We need to know why the license should not be renewed, and we need testimony to that effect. Your disagreement is frankly not the issue here.
Well, I think that given that the licensee is initiating these conversations and that the health, safety, and the welfare plays a role into whether or not you issue a license.
If you ask your wife if there's any questions with regards to their health, safety, and welfare, and give examples, that would be where we would like to be going with the testimony.
Okay, and so this statement about war, for example, would you qualify that as speaking? I mean, sorry, I don't want to ask you a question, but.
Please provide examples where, beyond his indication that there's a battle between the neighbors, is becoming a danger to health, safety, and welfare.
I mean, in terms of that he has to have done something physically other than simply...
Not physically, just done something.
Well,
okay.
Well, most respectfully, I thought he was asking her questions.
We have a limited amount of time, Mr. Bittner, to hear this, and the Taylors are absolutely correct in that this hearing is going to proceed, but we need to confine the testimony to things that are relevant, as you have objected to, and we're trying to help guide them as they are pro se. Again, we're not trying to give them legal advice, just trying to expedite things.
Should be the very top. In order, this is 10. You're not going to find it. You already took it. Is that what that is?
There, it's right there.
Oh, sorry, here they are. We moved them.
I'd like to give some more exhibits here, please. This is exhibits for the board. I'm sorry, I don't hear what the gentleman is saying. I'm sorry, I'll get it over here. Apologies.
What is this we're receiving?
This is a picture of the deck, the back of the magazine. So this is. I'm showing you a picture of Exhibit 5. What is that?
That is,
Oh yeah.
that is a picture that was put up on Facebook right after Memorial Day weekend, inviting people to their new deck. It's got 22 people on it, and 14 of them are standing and 8 of them are seated. It's right over our property line.
Object, move to strike that document. It's dated from May of 2023. It's not relevant.
Again, this just speaks to the foundation. What we're establishing is that the noise.
Mr. Taylor, we have confined time. Foundation is something we need to get to very, very quickly. It sounds like you're trying to establish something with regards to the 24 to 25 year. Let's start to show that.
Okay, I will work on
You can
that.
ask a question similar to, have people been on the deck in 2024, Ms. Taylor?
Asking me?
Yes.
Yes.
This is the kind of questions that are relevant, Mr. Taylor.
So,
I'm sorry, you never answered is, can I modify my question now that you've not allowed me to use the word mediator?
We've moved on from the question.
Okay.
Ms. Taylor.
okay, so in 2024, what do neighbors overhear from the backyard or parking lot?
Objection.
Overruled. Please, Ms. Taylor.
Yes, both personally and because of all of the complaints that I've reviewed, it's everything from yelling, it's yelling words, it's indiscriminate yelling, just sort of like sound. There's foul language, there's the F-bomb, there's racial language, there's the N-word. It's not obviously that's not everything that is said, but that is what comes off the deck. There has been in the. I don't remember if it was in 2020. I don't know if it's in the appropriate date range, but there is a music speaker that was on the bar structure and would project music under the sort of covered porch area, the carport area, and then out onto the deck. And then you would also hear a lot of music. And then, of course, people have to yell more because they have to yell over the music. In terms of the parking lot side, both some things I have directly heard, and then again in all of the complaints that I've reviewed, it's all of those things I just said, and also things like honking, things like revving your engine, things like accelerating out, things like cars driving in and out with their radios blasting. It's people having arguments. There's people banging their hands on their cars. I mean, it's just sort of everything you can imagine that it would be noisy about a parking lot in a bar is there, and it is there after 10 p.m., which is quiet hours in a residential area.
Thank you.
So has Mr. Page done anything in that year that you consider threatening?
Yes, I'd have to look at the dates again. Yes. Yes,
This would be something that occurred in July 24.
Yes.
Okay, what did he do?
He rushed up to me and he basically told me to move, to leave. And I was on my neighbor's property per the survey. And when I didn't move, he then leaned down into my face and said, "I'm going to kill your dog." I was holding our 6-month-old puppy, who's a miniature dachshund and weighed 6 pounds at the time, except he dropped an F-bomb in front of the word dog. And then he wheeled around and walked off. And I later realized that was because my husband had heard and seen and was walking up. And so he walked away and abandoned it at that time.
Is this the first time that he has ever physically threatened you?
And again, objection relevancy.
I find it relevant, Mr. Bittner. Overruled.
Well, he ran his car at me. But I believe that was before, because that was December of 2023. But long story short, there was a distinct smell of gasoline in the air, and I was concerned that somebody had a gasoline leak somewhere. And it was coming from the bar side of the house. So I went over and I was talking to sort of anybody I could see that was outside, and they could smell the gas. We were all trying to kind of figure out where it was coming from. And I noticed that Paul got in his truck back at his house, which is behind the bar to the north. And I saw him and I thought, I should check with him, because maybe the tavern is a more likely place to have gasoline than a residential home and a gasoline spill. So long story short, I went out and I stood and I was waving my hands, and it's a pretty good distance back there. And he pulled his truck out and he aimed dead for me. And then he's going at a pretty good clip for a parking lot. And so I took a couple steps to the side and I kept waving so he would know I wanted to talk to him. And he came at speed. I thought he was going to go by me, but he didn't. He slammed his brakes at the last second and he flung open his car door. And if he had misjudged that just a little bit, he would have hit me with that door. It was that close. And then I had one of the strangest conversations I have ever had with another adult. As I was telling him I was smelling gasoline and I was worried for the neighborhood and his safety, the only thing he would do is he crossed his hands over his chest, he wove back and forth, he kept calling me darling, he kept saying he didn't know, and he kept saying I should call the authorities. And this, of course, had the effect of making the conversation longer, because I honestly thought the man must have been breathing gasoline fumes or hit his head or something to behave in that way. But I eventually figured out, no, he's just behaving that way. And I terminated the conversation and I went and tracked down where the smell was coming from and talked to the appropriate people.
Okay. So I would like you to look at this Exhibit 7. What is this?
This is a peace order, also known as a restraining order application.
And this was filed when?
Mr. Bittner, your objection is?
They want to put in some document uncertified of some type of peace order proceeding.
Was a final ever entered?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what
Was
that
a
means.
final protective order or peace order ever entered in that matter?
It was denied.
The peace order was denied?
The peace order was denied.
It's not
I
admissible.
withdraw my objection most respectfully.
Peace order, it's denied. It's not going to come into evidence.
If it was denied, let it in.
Documents and evidence.
Okay. So on page
Her claims
5.
were not sustained by the district court judge on a preponderance of the evidence test, and her claim was denied.
On page 5, what does he claim?
This was filed by Paul Page. I did not file this peace order. Paul Page filed this peace order against me.
Yes.
So,
So likewise, a district court judge found nothing happened.
Okay, so on pages 2 and 3, what does he list as his reasons?
he says that, so 2 and 3, so this one. So he says things like harassment of himself and his business, physically blocking access to his residence of his house, continuously harassing the bartenders of his business and himself when working, numerous calls to police, liquor board. Most recent was the 25th and 26th of July of 2024. And that I will sit in front of his residence or business and continuously harass him.
Does he provide dates, details, or specific incidents?
No.
Okay. Does he claim you made calls in July 2024?
He does.
Is there anywhere on this form where he claims you threatened his physical safety?
No.
What was the outcome of his request?
Well, he was found not to have sustained his claim, which specifically was, I'm sorry, I should have read this other part in answer to your question. It is the claim, it is on, here it is. The claim was, he contended that the respondent, which would be me, has engaged in a malicious course of conduct in which the respondent, which would be me, approached or pursued him, you, which would be him, with the intent to place him in reasonable fear of serious bodily injury or death. And the form also says he is 6 foot and 210 pounds, which is 6 inches taller than me and 60 pounds heavier than me. And he is swearing to the court that he fears I will murder him or cause him serious bodily injury.
So then
Mr. Taylor, how many more exhibits do you have?
Let me see here.
129?
No, there's only, it only goes up to 20. I don't think we referenced all of them. Okay, I have an exhibit here.
Okay.
Copy for you.
Okay, and I'll pass it down to you.
Quite technical.
I lost my place. Okay, so what is this document?
So this is an email that Teresa Thompson, is recorded as Teresa Thompson sending it off the Megathene account. And it is complaining to a couple of officials and the liquor board.
And I'm sorry, I don't believe I've seen that.
What does Teresa accuse you of in that email?
And again, the relevance.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection at this time. Accusations that things are occurring, the board needs specific instances for us to not renew the license. Them filing a protective order or sending emails is, I'm not sure that rises to the occasion and is the best use of your time that we have left for this hearing. You mentioned a noise complaint. What other concerns do you have?
Let me see here.
Are you asking me? I wasn't sure if I was
No,
waiting for him.
I'm trying to,
Are you giving him a question or are you asking me a
it's
question?
not a question, I'm trying to,
Okay. Okay, just want to make sure you
Sorry,
weren't sitting
Thank
there
you,
waiting
Ms.
on me
Taylor.
to answer.
I appreciate
Okay.
this too. Thank you.
So here's mine. So I'm showing you Exhibit 9. What is this about?
So this is about this, oh, I'm sorry, the second page is, I think, what matters here. This is about how they're going to put up, this is in response to the urination videos that we had turned in, because there were people urinating on our fence. And then there was a second event, there's a second date where people came out and urinated, and we again sent the videos to the liquor board. And Teresa Thompson says that, basically, she says that I staged the second urination event, that I set it up.
Why don't you talk about the underlying issue that we're talking about? There's some sort of urination situation. Talk about that.
Okay, so there were 2 different dates, and the first date, I think there were 3 different videos that we sent you all, so you all should have them in your file. I think the one that is most revelatory is you can actually see the man, and he's in the camera frame, kind of halfway, and he sways in and out of it. He's swaying back and forth. He's slurring his words. It's very obvious he's urinating because you can actually hear the urine stream in it. He's holding onto our fence because he's swaying so badly. You can see him sort of messing with his crotch area, although thank heavens it's out of focus. He actually opens, the clip opens with him talking about not wanting his penis to be seen, and he threw in a disparaging comment about Asians while he was at it. And he is talking to someone out of the frame. You can hear the person laughing, and in the background you can see yet another guy who is urinating right at the corner of the building, which is essentially in view of the front door. And although we didn't get the camera turned on at time, there's also another person you kind of can't tell it's a person unless you saw them walk up there, and yet another person doing that. And that was just one of the videos from that night.
Objection, move to strike. There's no time frame.
Overruled, Mr. Bittner.
So, yeah, so that was that night. Do you want me to go on about the warning letter and second amendment?
Yes.
Okay, so then, I'm sorry?
Just, the two of you are not supposed to communicate as to what the strategy is here.
Okay,
Right now,
I
it
just-
sounds like there's been noise issues.
Mhm.
Sounds like there have been some threats. It sounds like there's some public urination. The conversation you had with the licensee, it's not entirely relevant.
Okay.
The issues involving public health, safety, welfare, again, noise, urination, the threats. This is the thing that we want to hear with regards to this renewal protest.
Okay, so if I may continue on
Please.
this topic of urination, this interesting topic. So what happened is the liquor board actually issued them a warning letter about the urination and also made comments about, and included in the warning letter, a reference to social media posts in which they basically were inviting people to come and, you know, with a little winky face, express their gratitude to the neighbors and offering free rounds of, first free round to people who showed up on a motorcycle. And by the way, this gentleman I'm describing, you can see motorcycles in the background and he's wearing what you would typically describe as a motorcycle vest and outfit. So then we have yet another incident 2, 3, 4 weeks later, where again, we happen to catch video of another person coming in and again urinating on the building. And unfortunately, for reasons I don't understand, this did not progress to any kind of violation. So you all warned him about it, and then it happened again, and then nothing happened. And I think that that's a, I think that's a clear message to the bar that, you know, the warning letter doesn't mean much, and they should expect that violations will be rare or non-existent.
So after the urination, Mr. Ford wrote an email and he identified that the bar was going to do what about the urination?
Oh, that they were going to install cameras. Yes, they told us the bar had committed to installing cameras in that area.
Okay. What were the next cameras that were installed on the tavern property? 2
cameras were installed. One was installed on the second floor of the bar and pointed directly into our backyard, complete with a spotlight. And it was angled so that they weren't seeing anything but our backyard. And then there was a second camera shortly thereafter that was put up on top of the flagpole, and it was positioned to look directly down into the yard of 511 Riverside Drive.
Mr. Taylor, the protestant's case, we're going to give about 10 or 15 more minutes, and then we're going to move on to Mr. Bittner.
Okay. So did the bar get a warning letter for the public urinations and Facebook posts?
Yes, as I've stated, but then not a violation. Warning letter, yes. Violation, no, even when it happened again.
And what is the real problem with these posts?
Oh, the real problem with the posts is if you look at the social media posts, and I know we gave them to you electronically, and I know we have them here, and I know we're short on time, but there are multiple social media posts that are essentially, you know, vilifying the neighbors. We get called bottom rung individuals dwelling in filth. We get called, we keep being referred to as renters, which is not correct for any of us. We keep, what else did they say? Oh, Amy Young posted that they were in an a-hole sandwich, except she used the full foul language term. You know, and then we have the offer of a free round of drinks for people with a motorcycle. They refer to our complaints as, I think, bogus. They say that we are, they say repeatedly that we are filing complaints daily and we are harassing them daily. And it essentially and then not surprising, my personal experience, whereas it used to center on the deck and a lot of noise coming out of the deck. Now it's overwhelmingly noise coming out of the parking lot because the patrons are now much less respectful of the neighbors, in essence. So they're more likely to crank their radio, more likely to yell, more likely to honk their horns, more likely to do all those things in a parking lot that disturb people late at night.
Does this impact the welfare of the community and your relationship with that community?
Well, sure. I mean, essentially, we've had a couple of people, we had one couple walk up to us and basically say, hey, we understand prostitutes and drug dealers are who live by the bar. I mean, just bizarre things have happened. We had. Mhm.
My objection is she's talking about people who were walking up to her at some unknown time, telling her some stories about prostitutes who supposedly live near the bars. Hearsay is not relevant.
Sustain the objection.
Okay, what about, so what's the pattern of noise in 2024?
Oh, it's overwhelmingly the parking lot now. If you look at the complaint pattern in our experience, it is patrons basically who no longer. I mean, it's such a drastic shift to from what it was. I'm not going to say there was ever zero parking lot noise, but I mean there is a distinct uptick in the frequency and the loudness, and also it's later at night because I think for roughly the last year the bar has stayed open until 2 a.m. 7 days a week. So now the parking lot is much louder, and it's more frequent, and it's later at night.
And what about 2025?
Well, yes, stretching into, so it'd be the license year. That's the predominant pattern now, is patrons who are just.
Okay. Has the Chief Inspector Ford ever provided his approach to these kinds of issues?
Objection relevance.
So what inspection records are there in the hearing record from the 2024 protest?
I'm sorry, say that again?
What inspection records are in the hearing record from the 2024 protest?
Oh, okay. So I think what you're alluding to is that in the 2024 protest, the administrative record of the bar was introduced by Mr. Bittner, and therefore we eventually obtained an entire copy of it, and in it were all, basically were inspectional reports for the Megathon going back to 2007, where you see signatures by Inspector Wayne Harris, because it goes back that far, and then it ran up to, I think, midsummer of 2024.
Okay, and how many lack a time of day?
I believe 18. So there's 29 reports, and 18 of them don't record the time of day that the report, was generated. When did the inspector go and visit the facility and fill out, there's sort of a variety pack of paperwork that is labeled inspectional in some way.
How many lack any meaningful noise assessment?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that moment.
I said, how many lack any meaningful noise assessment?
So 22 of them do not make any comment one way or the other about noise. So they're really not noise assessments. You can't tell, is there noise, is there not noise? You can't tell what time of day it is.
How many times is there a missing fire marshal capacity for the backyard?
Oh, I think it's 13. So, and what that means is, so there is a fire marshal capacity marked for inside of 101, but the board has issued the license to allow them to sit outside, to serve outside, but there is no fire marshal number for outside, even though it's a customer service area.
When the fire marshal finally inspected, what capacity was set?
They set 49, and that was in late 2023 or early 2024.
Do inspections ever coincide with live music nights?
No, so there were 15 live music nights. I think like 11 or 12 of them are in the license year we're talking about, and there is not a single liquor board inspection that overlapped with a night where there was a live band.
Mr. Taylor, you got about 3 minutes left.
All right. For the entire, to make my case?
Yes, Mr. Taylor.
Look through here real quick. Do inspections ever coincide with complaint dates?
That set did not coincide with any complaint dates. That set did not.
Do you have more recent information?
Very little. There happened to be 8 that were in a Public Information Act I requested. However, 7 of them have, the report itself was an attachment to the email, and I was not given that, even though I should have been, but I didn't get it. So I have 7 emails saying there was an inspection, but it's unclear what, when, how. But one actually did, one had some detail where he described that his equipment was malfunctioning.
Okay. What about the inspection on February 15th, 2025?
Sorry, I need to I need to look at my notes real quick, which one that is. 2025.
Is that February the 18th of 2025?
15th.
It was reported on the 18th, but I think it occurred on the 15th, as I suspect what you're looking at. Okay. So this is that one, actually. So, on that was interesting because the email said, hey, here's a recap, sort of here's what happened, and then the equipment malfunctioned. But then we had actually complained so that night we had actually complained because there was a giant bus that had illegally parked and was hanging way out into the intersection, and it had, the bus driver kept going back and forth, and it had an incredibly piercingly loud beeping noise. And this was, anyway, long story short, it was not described in the report, or at least the recap of the report, and not until Chief Ford asked the liquor inspector, did the liquor inspector describe about what is basically a noise disturbance after 10 o'clock. He says he showed up and there's police and a bus, and he says he was there while it left, which means he had to have heard all of the beeping. And I just find it interesting that, this occurs and yet it's not documented.
I have no further questions for Catherine. Well, in all due respect, then, I think I'm going to ask for a continuance to bring her back because I don't believe my client and his employees and the neighborhood who have their livelihood and their future on the line with these scurrious allegations should be limited.
I would appreciate the language, please.
Oh, but I don't believe I should be limited in relevant cross-examination of the principal protestant witness. And I thought that's what you were saying I am.
I think that the building closes in a certain amount of time and this hearing needs to end at some point in time. Are you asking for a postponement at this time?
Well, I don't, in all candor, I don't see how I can finish my cross-examination of this protestant before 2 minutes.
I didn't say 2 minutes, but
3 minutes. I'm happy to start and try to get through as much as we can, and you'll tell me when to stop. But I don't believe that we should be hamstrung.
I agree, Mr. Bittner. Please start.
Thank you. All right, now, Miss Taylor. What is your address again?
My address is 550 Center Street.
And I'm going to show you what I'll ask is marked as Protestants Exhibit Number 1. I only have one copy. Is Protestants Exhibit 1 an accurate dictation of where your house is and where the bar is?
Okay, yes, but this is not, what do you mean this is Protestants Exhibit 1?
I'm asking, I'm sorry, licensees.
Okay, all right, yes.
Apologies.
Okay, correct.
Okay.
Yep.
So licensees exhibit number 1 is an accurate reflection of where your house is in relationship to the Magathy Inn, and I'll move that in. Correct?
Correct.
And
you're not required to bring 4 copies?
And when this is cross-examination now.
Okay.
When did you move in to 250 Center Street?
I have never lived at 250 Center
Sorry,
Street.
what would you say your address was?
550 Center Street.
550.
I officially moved in when Todd and I married approximately 5.5 years ago.
So what year would that be, ma'am? When did you move in? The approximate month
I'd
and
like
date?
to finish my answer.
Mr. Bittner. Ms. Taylor.
Thank you. I officially moved in, it became my address of record in August of 2020. However, I spent enormous amounts of time there in the 5 years before that while I was dating Todd.
So,
So 10 plus years.
so from 2015, that's when you began dating your now husband, Todd Taylor, is that what I understand?
Correct.
And at that time, he was living at 550 Center Street.
Correct.
In fact, that home that's your marital home, used to be your husband's grandfather's home.
Todd's
Yes or no?
And grandmother's, and they built it. Yes.
Okay. And they built it when the bar was there.
No, they built it before the bar was there, and 10 years later, the house that was there was converted to a bar.
And that was in 1940.
Yes.
And in 1940...
No, 1947. It converted to a tavern in 47 after approximately 10 years of being a house, and was built roughly contemporaneously with 550 Center Street and 511 Riverside Drive. They're all built as houses, and 10 years later, it converts to a bar. Roughly.
In the 40s.
Yes.
And then your husband's...
Mr. Bittner, we tried to do our best to restrict the Taylors to their timeline of 24 to 25. We're talking about the 40s now, so I'm not sure that this is likewise relevant.
I'll move on.
Thank you.
So you in fact grew up in the neighborhood of Chelsea Beach, right?
No.
Didn't you live in Chelsea Beach before you got married?
No.
When was the first time you became acquainted with the neighborhood of Chelsea Beach?
I live in Megathy Beach, so Chelsea Beach is adjoining. I mean, I'm somewhat familiar with it. I walk the dog through it and all that
Let me rephrase
sort
my
of stuff.
question. Magothy Beach.
Okay, so
So we're all clear. Magothy Inn is located in the community that you would call Magothy Beach. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So how long have you been acquainted with the community of Magothy Beach?
Well,
personally?
again, would be when I started dating Todd, so roughly 10 plus years ago.
You had never been to Magothy Beach before 2015?
Correct.
Didn't have a home in Magothy Beach at any time during your life?
Correct.
Okay. So you've met Todd, then moved in to 550 right next door to the bar in 2020?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you would agree with me that you and your husband are very active in bringing to regulatory authorities' attention what you perceived are problems in the operation of the Magothy. Agree with me on that, right?
Well, that's very non-specific. So for example, yes, I mean, this is the liquor board. They know the complaints I filed. We filed things with zoning. So your question's rather broad.
Okay. So you file things with the liquor board, you file things with zoning, file things with the police.
Filed things with the police. I suppose you could say I did that a couple times.
What other governmental regulatory agencies have you complained to about the operation of the Magothy? Ever?
I guess for example, I asked the fire marshals, what is the capacity for the back?
Okay.
I don't see that as a complaint. So I've put in a lot of Public Information Act requests, so I've asked things. The complaints I have filed have been with the liquor board and Office of Planning and Zoning. I don't know.
Would you agree that it would be your desire to have the Magothy Inn closed and put out of business?
I have never said that. No,
Well, I'm asking you now. If
No,
that's your opinion. Okay.
that's not a realistic goal, and that's not my goal. The goal is for them to operate within the confines of the laws and the regulations.
All right.
Just like everybody else is required to.
Okay. Now, you've made a number of noise complaints.
Correct.
And you understand that all noise emanating from a licensed establishment is not a violation, correct?
Correct.
simply because someone closes their door or speaks loud. That's not a violation.
Oh, I would say that depends on context.
Okay. So you've had an opportunity to review the board's comprehensive report for the time period May of 2024 through April of 2025.
I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean by comprehensive report.
Reviewed the board's files.
I don't think I could say I reviewed all of them, no.
Okay, right. So would you agree with me if you know that the board's file would reflect that you made a complaint to the board on February the 16th of 2025 about the bus's noise and the bus was parked on the street? Did you make that complaint?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that on February the 22nd of 2025, you made a complaint to the board about cars parked on the public street near the bar, correct?
Yes, I'm sorry.
You would agree with me,
You
ma'am?
didn't allow me the bus.
No, I'm just asking you a yes or no question, and you've answered it. On March the 8th, 2025, would you agree with me, yes or no, that you made a complaint to the board regarding the parking at the establishment?
I assume that your date is correct.
Okay. That on May the 13th of 2025, you made a complaint regarding motorcycles.
I'm sorry, I don't know if I did it versus my husband or another neighbor.
Okay. So you don't remember making any complaints about motorcycle noises?
I don't recall being a person who filed motorcycle noise complaints.
Didn't trouble you enough that you would individually make a complaint about motorcycle noises because you don't remember doing it, right?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Say you don't remember making a call to the liquor board complaining about motorcycle noises, right?
Okay, although I never
So
called.
then we can infer that there were not sufficient noises from a motorcycle that prompted you to make a call complaining because you would have remembered that, wouldn't you?
I'm not sure that's a fair interpretation because if I knew someone else was complaining about it, then I wouldn't necessarily want to duplicate it. So I'm sorry, I just don't have a memory of that, so I can't answer your questions better.
So the board.
Mr. Bittner, I think now's a good time to postpone this or continue this for next time.
Okay.
Okay? So we will bring this back in March to wrap up, hopefully, wrap up.
So
March is the next hearing, correct?
Hold on a second, please. That's what, most respectfully, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'd like to make a proffer that we have in support of the licensee here this evening and a number of people. Just ask them, they've all been sworn, they've all been identified, and I'll proffer to you that they would all offer cumulative testimony that this is a properly run establishment, that the establishment is needed to accommodate the public in the Magathie, Chelsea Beach, General Pasadena area, that it's desired by that community for its use, and that it's appropriately run and does not unduly disturb the health, safety, welfare of the community.
I would
Mr.
object.
Bittner, to the degree that it's explicit with your proffer, I think we're not going to take note. I think we can take note that there are people here in support of the bar and take notice of that. With regards to the specific issues, I think that may be a bridge too far. They can certainly come back and testify to specific issues upon which they can be cross-examined, or the general notice that they're in support, certainly happy to take notice of, which I think Mr. Fulton would have no objection to.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can we go first next time?
No, do not say anything.
For next
Quiet.
time,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Bittner will have his opportunity to finish questioning Ms. Taylor, and then it will be your turn to present your side of the case, sir.
I left where I worked for 10 years because of you. You're a jerk.
Hey, ma'am, please.
Somebody else, you bitch.
Thank you for coming in, sir. We'll see you next time. Thank you.
She's just a little hangry.
We can do it on a different Tuesday if you want. I have no problem with starting.
Before we adjourn,
Mr. Bittner, we're trying to verify what we're trying to do in terms of a schedule, whether it's going to be a fourth Tuesday, if that's either late in March, or the next Tuesday hearing, the first, I guess, well, the normally scheduled Tuesday, March hearing. We're trying to verify that, and as soon as we have that information, we'll reach out to the various parties. We want to make sure we give you enough time.
and we're going to try to do it so that it's earlier, so that you don't have to be at the end of the agenda, and that's for both sides. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and continue this.
To that hearing, correct.
And we will notify you in plenty of time of when that will be. We'll have to try to fit it into the schedule. As you know, our schedules are fairly hectic, as you saw tonight. We have one other matter on board for this evening, which will only take a few minutes, and that is the rules and regulation changes. So, Mr. Hurdle? The fourth Tuesday, and, I'm sorry? Are you going to be here? Oh. I'm sorry, second Tuesday of March. Okay, the second Tuesday of March, you'll be here. Yeah, that's the normal. In other words, it'll be the next March hearing, which is the second Tuesday in March. And we'll try to arrange it so that we can get this on the agenda early, simply because we know every time we have one of these, it's in the end, and that's unfortunate.
We're going to do our best to get this scheduled so that we can do everything.
We'll try to work it out.
I'll be here.
When we get to that in a moment, absolutely.
We'll get to
We
it.
do have
You're
your written
welcome to stay
testimony.
here until we do. It'll only be a minute. When I gavel the meeting and the hearing, then we'll do it. Okay?
Stick it down.
All right, who's gonna?
I'm going to leave the table, though. I forgot they.
Perfect. Perfect. No. Yeah, we're gonna go on the record.
Go into the reading of or the
voting
for the rules and regulations. The hearing for this date, February 10th, 2026, is now adjourned. Mr. Hurdle, if you would please read the changes to the rules and regulations so that the board can vote on it, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are proposed rule changes that have been presented and advertised as indicated according to the rules. Those are changes to the delivery permits, one-day license permit, protests, alcohol awareness, taps and running water rules, employee requirements, and policies. Does the board want to hear any public testimony at this time? Is there anybody here to?
Is anybody? So we
Ms.
have
Taylor.
one person. You'll have 2 minutes, sir. Ma'am, please.
The rule, I believe it's 2.09, and literally
With
we are.
regards to protests, correct.
Yes, so we're literally literally here on a remanded protest renewal hearing. And the issue was that the board had imposed an in-person attendance requirement that conflicts with statute. We literally went into circuit court, and circuit court agreed with us that that was illegal for you all to do, that it conflicted with the state statute, which basically just says, these are the people who can file a protest, they have to file it timely, and then you all are obligated by statute to provide a protest renewal hearing before renewing the license. The court agreed with us. You can't impose additional requirements through, you just can't, not through your rules, not through your policies, and yet that is literally in the same day where you are holding the remanded hearing that was remanded because you violated our rights and dismissed our hearing based on an illegal attendance requirement, and you are now going to vote your illegal attendance requirement into your rules. And I am mystified as to how a regulatory body that is in good faith attempting to enforce laws, it would do such a thing. That's my testimony. I am just shocked that you all are considering imposing the very illegal requirement the court just ordered you can't do. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. To just respond briefly, Ms. Taylor, the court's order was in regards to our unwritten policy that we had been following for indefinitely. And because it wasn't codified, that was the issue. Now it is being made into a rule.
I profoundly disagree that is what happened in
And
that
we're going to vote on that rule now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bittner.
Thank you.
2 minutes.
As your counsel just articulated, the longstanding practice of this board, going back at least from my first involvement with the board in 1990, was to require the protestants who signed the protest of renewal to appear in person. The logic, the well-founded logic of that was to give the licensee, who has a proprietary interest in his business, an opportunity to challenge the validity of those signatures, challenge the validity of their claims that the license should not be renewed. And that's exactly the practice that the board employed for some 35 years. It was not codified. The court did not find the practice illegal. They simply found that it not being codified, 10 people didn't have to come. It makes, in my opinion, representing both sides of this question, having represented both sides of this question, to require the appearance of those 10 persons so that the board can challenge the validity of those signatures as well as the licensee. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to briefly testify as well.
Mr. Taylor.
So, because I just like to comment to what it was that you said, because
Mr. Taylor, you're here to comment on the regulation
yes,
change, not
of
what I
course.
said.
Okay, sure. So, what the statute requires, a 4-406B2 specifically requires is that the board hold the hearing before they renew the license. You know, the board cannot essentially create a regulation that contradicts statute. That would create an issue. And there are other jurisdictions throughout Maryland that routinely hold protest hearings without 10 people in attendance. You know, so the board just cannot have a standard that essentially violates the statute. That's all I wanted to add.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you. Okay.
Commissioners? Did we want to vote on all the rules at once or one by one?
Have the commissioners had a chance to review all the rules? Commissioner Song? Sir, you have? Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead. I'm going to make a motion that we accept the rules as changed and looking for a second.
I second.
All right, I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So be it. Thank you very much, everybody. Good night. This is over. That's it.